My motion, Mr. the President. I'm Rosie Bistoke, Honorable Rosie Bistoke from the Republic of Seychelles. I give notice that today, Sunday, the 27th of June, 2021, I shall move that the 49th session plenary assembly to adopt the report of the joint session of the Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, Human and Social Development, and Special Programs and Gender Equality, Women Advancement, and Youth Development. I stand to move, Mr. the President.
Merci. Nous allons la poursuivre.
Thank you. We are going to deal with it as soon as the other honorable members move and give their notice of motion. Honorable Anne-Marie, the floor is yours. Notice of motion. Thank you. On this Sunday, 27th of June, 2021, I request that the 49th Plenary Assembly adopt the report of the joint session, adopt the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus. Thank you. We have taken note of your notice of motion. Honorable Marie Jeanne d'Arc from Madagascar. Hello and good morning, Honorable President. Thank you for giving me the floor. I would like to greet all the honorable here on this call. I move the motion in my name.
Excusez-moi, Monsieur le Président.
Oh, my apologies, Honorable President. I give notice on today, Sunday, 27th June of 2021. I request that the 49th Plenary Assembly virtual session may adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement, and Youth Development. Thank you, Honorable President. My apologies. Thank you. Thank you.
Nous, après ces motions, nous poursuivons nos travaux.
After this notice of motion, we may now start with the proceedings, because the two notice of motions that have been made by the two honorables, maybe the motion on food, agriculture, and natural resources, or the motion related to the social and human development, as well as special programs and the GLEA-wide. These two motions are integrated of the sixth order that we haven't had the chance of dealing with yesterday. So before going with the order of the day, let us first deal with these motions And
nous pouvons alors,
afterwards,
je vais alors à mon tour donner la parole au secrétaire général.
I will firstly give the floor to the Secretary General. She will be able to guide us through the proceedings and the sixth order that we haven't dealt with yesterday. So let us start with the sixth order. I will give the floor to the Secretary General. To you the floor, Madam Secretary General.
Good morning, Honorable President. Thank you very much. Notice of motion of the report of the joint session of the standing committees on food, agriculture and natural resources, human and social development and special programs, and gender equality, women advancement and youth development.
Merci, Madame la Secrétaire Générale. Donc, il s'agit avis de motion pour l'adoption.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. So, notice for the motion of adoption for the joint session
Et de l'égalité des sexes, de la promotion des femmes et du développement de la jeunesse par l'honorable Rossi Biscotek Toc. L'honorable Rossi Biscotek.
Honorable Rossi Biscotek, you have the floor.
Vous avez un avis de la motion?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je m'appelle.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker. My name is Rossi Biscotek.
To adopt the report on the joint session of SADC PF Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, Human and Social Development and Special Programs and Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development to the 49th Plenary Assembly Session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum laid on the table of the House today. For credentials, we have a committee of human resource, and I will proceed with the joint session itself. We have as chairperson of the committee, Miss Honorable Helena Honorable Ndebele. The joint session was held under the theme Social Accountability and Oversight of the Implementation of the SADC Regional Commitments in the Health and Agriculture. The welcoming remark, the chairperson, Honorable Berta Ndebele, who is the chairperson of the committee, of the standing committee, thank all members. And in presence, we have the SG, the Boemo Sogoma, the SG, Miss Julie Middleton, manager of PSA Consortium, and her team, as well of all resource persons, for affording time to participate into the joint session. Honorable Ndebele noted that the SADC had adopted many robust protocols that contain the region's development goals in different thematic areas. In her welcoming address, the SG stated that the meeting was timely given the social and economic importance of both health and agriculture sectors in the SADC region, which had since 2020 been profoundly affected by the COVID-19 epidemic. I will go further to number 5, strengthening social accountability into the SADC region, the background on PSA Alliance and highlights of the 2019 Regional Budget Summit Committee, Julie Middleton, Consultant Project Manager of PSA Alliance. Ms. Middleton expressed her gratitude for the opportunity to engage with MPs and inform the joint session that the Partnership for Social Accountability Alliance was aimed at improving accountability and gender responsiveness in public health management, particularly in the areas of HIV/AIDS and sexual reproductive health services for adolescents and youth, and agriculture provision of services to smallholder farmers. Ms. Middleton informed the meeting that the PSA hoped to achieve its objective through the facilitation of implementation of its oversight selected SADC regional commitments across the 5 SADC countries, namely Malawi, Mozambique, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. She also stated that the PSA project interventions were principally guided by the promotion of social accountability system that was based on the integrated 5-stage process, namely planning and resource allocation, expenditure management, performance management, public integrity, and oversight. Mr. the President, enhancing social accountability into the implementation of SADC regional commitments through public sector service accountability monitoring, Ms. Rachel Ngongo. Ms. Ngondo informed the meeting that the PSAM was committed to work with interested multi-sectorial groups in order to understand and contribute to addressing particular social problems originating from systematic public resource management failures. She highlighted that most of the problems emanated from the poor policy formulation and implementation, misuse and abuse of public resources, and disagreements between technocrats and politicians regarding the type and focus of service delivery mechanisms. She stated that it was imperative for public resource management we should include a functional social accountability monitoring mechanism that ensure the provision of adequate access to goods and services, as well as the realization of civil, political, and economic rights. In that regards, we adopted the right-based approach to the social accountability monitoring tool. The tool was helpful in the sense that it dealt with critical issues and questions at every stage of the process. I will go further because the report is quite comprehensive, Mr. President. Interrogating SADC commitments on sexual reproductive health and rights for adolescents and youth people, Mr. Percy Ingwerume, Social Accountability Specialist, made a presentation on interrogating SADC commitments on sexual reproductive health and rights for adolescents and young people. He indicated that the SADC region was under obligation to fulfill the sexual reproductive health and rights commitment, which was made at different levels. At a global level, the region had a commitment to realize the objectives of the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, especially goal 3, number 3, on health, and number 5 on then gender equality. It was noted that the SDGs 4 and 10, as well as the 1990 HIV treatment target, were also important in the attainment of sexual reproductive health and rights objectives. At the continental level, the region was a party to Agenda 2063, the Africa We Want revised Maputo Plan of 2016-2030, and the Abuja Declaration on Health Funding. Plenary deliberations that went on, they were the following recommendations. In ensuring deliberation, the meeting resolved the followings. A, noted the financial limitations that had led to the project being confined to 5 countries and the indirect benefit of the other countries to the work of the SADC-PF plenary assembly sessions and joint committee meetings. Members pleaded projects in the future to include all SADC countries. B, expressed support for the work of the PSA Alliance in promoting public awareness for increased and social accountability in project countries. C, reiterated that the challenge in the agricultural sector of declining productivity despite increase in funding needed to be urgently addressed. D, noted that some instruments such as Agricultural Food Security Vision 2050 were too futuristic and it presented monitoring and evaluation challenges. E, We lamented on the lack of SADC regional rural development policy and strategy, adding that this needed to be addressed. F reiterated that the SADC governments needed to have political will and capacity to meet the respective stated financial targets for health and agriculture. We welcome the SADC PF's innovation of developing and adopting model laws to facilitate domestication and regional commitments. G loaded the focus on agriculture, especially smallholder farming, which was predominantly spearheaded by women, in view of the fact that the SADC was generally food insecure due to climate change, now exacerbated by the COVID-19. FH noted with concern the prevalence of malnutrition and obesity and called on governments to address through food security and nutritional programs. I called for smallholder farmers to be supported beyond mere subsistence and grow food for the market. J called for the social accountability in the SADC region to be enhanced through continuous capacity building around the 5 key processes, and this should be in turn addressed systematically through public resource management failures. And K called for strengthening of the policy advocacy engagements at the regional, national, and local levels in order to ensure the effective implementation of regional commitments in health, sexual reproductive health services, and agriculture. Number 6, implication of the social accountability challenges in the service delivery, a focus on food security and agricultural services for smallholder farmers was done by Mr. Joe Mzinga. And Mr. Mzinga focused on social accountability gaps in the provision of agricultural services and proposed action that parliamentarians could undertake. It stated that planning and resource allocation suffered from lack of consultation, resulting in priorities of smallholder farmers being exhausted from the process. The meeting was informed that there was a lack of planning and reporting frameworks at district level and ministerial levels of the SADC countries were generally not allocated through money on research and development. The general lack of data with official reports lacking the necessary statistics for stakeholders to engage meaningfully was stated as one of the existing challenges. There was a strong call of action which was made on SADC countries to endeavor to realize the set target of 10% allocation to the agriculture sector, and domestic resources should gradually replace reliance on external resources. If we go to the implication of social accountability challenges in service delivery, a focus on sexual reproductive health for adolescents and young people presented by Percy Ngwerume, social accountability specialist. Mr. Ngwerume stated that although the African Union AU countries in 2001 agreed to commit at least 15% of their annual budgets to improve the health sector, the current average annual allocation was about 5.3%. The dilemma of financing the health sector was, amongst other things, exacerbated by the global recession emanating from the effects of COVID-19, the decline in donor funding, corruption, and misalignment of priorities. Respective SADC ministries of health and other implementing agencies should be made to account for any compromises regarding the management of public resources, as well as their failure to implement the recommendations from the Auditor General, ombudsmen, parliamentary committees, and other public integrity institutions. At the same time, he also stated that Parliament should review the introduced laws that could reduce the cost of essential HIV/AIDS, sexual reproductive health, life-saving commodities. Laws should be, as he stated, enacted to ensure access to and adequate utilization of sexual reproductive health and HIV services by adolescents and young people. At the plenary session, the following discussions were made, and those are the recommendations. The meeting deliberated and resolved as follows. A, raised concern that the general health questionnaire being administered with COVID-19 vaccination seems to be compromised people's confidentiality. B, noted with the concern that young people had to obtain parental consent before accessing sexual reproductive health services, as such as family planning, adding that a mechanism could be found to address parental concerns while enabling young people to freely access sexual reproductive health services. C, it was urged SADC governments and stakeholders in the health and agricultural sectors to ensure broad-based participation in the provision of sexual reproductive health services, pre-budget consultations, and program implementation in the health and agricultural sectors should identify and include priorities of intended beneficiaries. D, it was called for youth, people with disability, and other vulnerable groups to be specifically be catered for in terms of budget allocation, and for the youth participation in pre-budget and other development initiative consultations to be equal to the benefits they would draw from these initiatives. E, expressed concern that up to 70% of national budget in the SADC region are externally supported by donors, and called on SADC countries to address their capacity gaps in review collection and leakages through illicit financial flows. Called on countries to revisit some of the tax incentives they give to multinationals and examine the overall benefits to the country. Public-private partnership, or PPPs, should be explored as they held potential addressing capacity and investment gaps, and they were important for improving service delivery. And at the same time, we called for human resource audits to be undertaken in order to address public resources loss through ghost workers. Resources were often lost through incomplete capital projects and the failure to optimally use such projects upon completion, and this should be addressed. H, urged parliaments to investigate public institutions' uptake of audit and other recommendations and propose corrective measures. The audit of public institutions and the oversight work of the Public Accounts Committee should be done timelessly to ensure that corrective measures are taken immediately. The role of SADC parliamentary in enhancing social accountability in the implementation of regional agreements. Mr. Shuneni Kurashi, SADC PF Program Manager for Democracy and Governance Parliamentary Business for focal person. Mr. Kurashi informed the meeting that Africa's economic regionalism was from the beginning led by the executive and characterized by shallow institutional frameworks to the inclusion of other branches of the state, such as the judiciary and the legislature. SADC identified and expressed commitment to work in different thematic areas, and the SADC PF accordingly established programs and standing committees which were in tandem with the SADC's thematic areas. Mr. Kurashi informed the meeting that the SADC PF championed the promotion of implementation of regional commitments through the work of standing committees, the Regional Parliamentary Model Law Oversight Committee, and the Women's Committee, Regional Women's Committee. These structures, as well as the plenary assembly, sought to ensure that the parliamentary perspective on matters of the model laws. The resolutions by the SADC parliamentarians were shared with national parliaments, which in turn share them with member states. Resolutions of the plenary assembly were particularly important for drawing the attention of member states to critical matters that affect the region, including issues of health and agriculture. Mr. President, I beg to move. Thank you.
Oui.
Président portier disparaît. Voilà. Je félicite
Would like to congratulate Madame Honorable Rosie Bistoquet for this brilliant presentation.
à présent
For now,
permettre à l'honorable
I would like to allow
Talita
the Honorable Talita
Tala
Muna Gutala
puis à la motion.
to speak further about this motion. You may take the floor, Honorable Talita.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I? Madam President, I rise to support the motion on the report of the joint session of the SADC PF Standing Committee on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, Human and Social Development and Special Programs and Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, JUAT, that has been ably moved by the Honorable Bertha Ndebele, the chairperson of the HSDSP committee. Mr. President, I support the mover of the motion. Even before the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, both the health sector and agriculture sectors in the southern region have been experiencing challenges. The COVID-19 pandemic has merely worsened the situation. Therefore, there's no better time than now to enhance social accountability and oversight of these two critical sectors. Mr. President, with regard the health sector, let me clarify a pertinent point that has been made by the mover of the motion. In light of the increased COVID-19 infections in the southern region, it is now a matter of urgency that SADC countries access the COVID-19 vaccines. The onus, therefore, is for the national parliaments to ensure effective implementation through greater social accountability and oversight. Mr. President, let me also underscore another important matter that the mover earlier alluded to. There's a lot of potential that resides in smallholder farmers that, if properly harnessed, could improve some of the food insecurities that the region faces. However, in most cases, smallholder farmers are not consulted in the planning process, resulting in their priorities being excluded from the process. I therefore support the proposal that smallholder farmers, especially women, should be engaged meaningfully in the agriculture sector. Mr. President, finally, I clarify the movers' sentiments that SADC governments need to have the political will and capacity to meet the respective stated financing targets for both the health and agriculture sectors. Mr. President, I second the motion. Thank you.
Merci, honorable
Thank you very much. Honorable Talita. I would like to open this report for debate. Members who would like to take the floor should indicate so by using the virtual hand. Honorable members, for purposes of correctness and completeness of the recording, you should at all times communicate your name and the name of your country whenever you take the floor. Now that the floor is open, whoever needs to take the floor should indicate so. Which country? Namibia.
Hello. Good morning, honorable members and SADC fraternity. Am I audible? Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Philippus Vido Catamelo from Namibia. Just 2 or 3 comments first on the report that is before us. The first is the report. I don't know, maybe as a newcomer I might be ruled out of order, but I just wanted to allude that Honorable number 7 and number 10 is exactly the same person from Madagascar. For the sake of respect, not pronouncing the names differently, I will maybe just stop there and say maybe just a correction on that one. Number 7 and number 10 is exactly the same person. Furthermore, the report indicates on page 4.2 that the joint session was chaired by Honorable Bertan Debele, but it is under the signature or submitted to us under the signature of Master Andre Leon Tumba. So maybe they, I don't know, but I know Master Andre is a chairperson of the Committee on Food, Agriculture, and this was a joint committee, maybe just a correction in that. And on the issue, substantial issue I wanted to raise, as a member of the Agricultural Committee, it's commendable that we've got envisaged, and I read verbatim to say a strong call of action was made on SADC countries to endeavor to realize the set target of 10% allocation to agricultural sector and domestic resources should gradually replace reliance on external resources. And on one of the key emphasis, maybe 10% is the measure in terms of input, but we should also have some kind of a safeguarding mechanism or monitoring and evaluation as to per se, when we reach a SADC countries, the 10% of allocation of the budget to agriculture, what is the output? What is the envisaged output? What is the benefit? For example, if a country like ours, let me take, for example, if Namibia is at 5% and the agricultural output contributes, for example, 1% to GDP, it will automatically imply that when we reach 10%, there will be a significant increase in terms of the GDP contribution of that particular sector. So I just wanted to tie in to say, as much as we look at the 10% as an input factor, we should also maybe create within SADC an evaluation of all those set targets so as to achieve. And this goes also to the health sector and any other sector. I think with that, I stop short of the comments and then really comment to say the drive of agriculture is the only one that will lead us for self-sustainable and food security for our people. Thank you.
S'il n'y a plus d'intervenants,
If there are no more intervention or raised hands, I will give the floor to Honorable Rosie Bistoke in order to answer the Honorable from Namibia's concern. Thank you, Mr. President.
For the intervention throughout the debates, Mr. Philip from Namibia, you are just like myself. I'm a newcomer. I was administered the oath in October 2020, so I'm just new, just like yourself. And of course, when it comes to the duplication of members, which is true, there needs to be a correction of number 7 and number 10 for Madagascar. And the other one is the signature on the report. We mentioned that the chairperson, Bertan Debele, was the chairperson, and that the report was signed by Honorable Andre Leomba, and probably the secretariat would have a response to that one. In relations to number 4, the last question, the 10% increase in agricultural finances versus the donor factors. And of course, like you mentioned, you rightly said, Mr. Philip, there should be an evaluation by the SADC to ensure that once the limit has been reached, what next? So this again, I will leave with the committee to decide upon the new meetings. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
merci, merci.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for addressing those concerns. The deliberations regarding this particular report have been addressed. We are therefore putting to the question that the report of the joint session of the Standing Committees on Food, Agriculture and Natural Resources, Human Social Development and Special Programs, and Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development be adopted. Are there any other objections?
Honorable President, there's a new hand from the delegation of Namibia. It has been up.
Collègue de la Namibie, vous avez
the Honorable from Namibia, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'm again very sorry that Namibia is taking a second bite at the cherry. My hand was up before, I just don't know why I wasn't recognized. I want to really thank the Honorable Member for the report that has been moved. It's very informative and very encouraging to see that SADC is moving towards setting targets of expenditure in agricultural sector. Sometimes when you look at the various and respective national budgets, it's quite laughable when we don't allocate enough money, yet we talk about self-sustainability. My voice today, one wants to add to the involvement of the youth and the young people in agriculture and food production. It is so that agriculture in many instances is seen to be an elder male fraternity, just like sometimes you have the legal fraternities in the respective countries' views. Perhaps because it has become, or it is quite unattractive to the younger people, maybe because of the hardships and the hard work that is associated with it, but also cardinally access to land in terms of the young person. In many countries, and the laws in many countries makes it pretty hard, and here we focus on especially women, but it is the same goes for the young person. Maybe it is about time that we as a SADC body or SADC countries put measures in place that ensures that agriculture becomes attractive to the young person. Make it easy for young people to access and to be able to afford land. Make it easy as SADC countries to ensure that we mechanize our agricultural sector, that the young people know that, well, the days of hard work in terms of agriculture is perhaps long gone. That now, as a young person, if you go into agriculture, the government is able to, through, I suppose, this 10% or perhaps more, be able to subsidize your agricultural venture, be able to give you machinery to embark successfully in the agricultural sector. If we do this, and we know that it's now tried and common cause that the African continent has the youngest population, and it is very opportune for us as SADC to harness the imagination and the energy of the youth to ensure that we become self-sustainable. In as much as we are encouraging women to take part in these ventures, it is pretty important that we do not let go of the opportunity that we have in terms of the youth energy and imagination. Lastly, Mr. President, if I may be allowed, I want to add my voice to what the Honorable Katamelo next indicated, that we must perhaps map out the objectives that we want. And it also talks to the interdependence of SADC countries and Africa from one another in terms of production. One example that one wants to use is in respect of Namibia itself. Our biggest export market for the Namibian beef, which I happen to think is very much in demand, I'm talking about beef, is the European market. Yet you have such a huge hunger for meat in countries like DRC and all these other SADC countries. Perhaps it is then important to start mapping out our agricultural needs and outputs to ensure that our investments are targeted towards supplying one another SADC countries and thereby enlarging markets for countries that really have small populations. You have Botswana, you have Namibia with populations of less than 3 million. If we map out the needs of our agricultural needs in the respective countries, we will be able to invest or make our investments in such a way that firstly we can produce for us as SADC before we can start exporting. And if we do that, we actually enhance our bargaining ability with these export markets or outside export markets like Europe, like China, in the US. Sorry, Mr. President, I forgot to indicate my name. My name is Vipwakuye Muharukwa from Namibia. Thank you very much.
Merci, collègue.
Thank you, Honorable. Your intervention has been very relevant. We have to create and map out our inner
économiques
wealth
et
or
autres.
inner resources, maybe in agriculture, in economy, or other sectors. It is very, very important to create an environment that would invite the youth to get into the agriculture sector. That's very, very important. But that being said, I'm not seeing any other raised hands, and I don't see objections.
De la session conjointe
So the report on the joint session of the standing committees on food, agriculture and natural resources, human and social development and special programs, and gender equality, women advancement and youth development is therefore duly adopted by this plenary assembly. Honorable speakers, honorable members, honorable and distinguished guests, this concludes the order paper form from yesterday, and we shall now proceed to the one of today. So we will start with the first order of the day, and I would like to invite the Secretary General to read the first order of the day. We assume that the order of day has been communicated to everyone, and you know the orders that we will be deliberating during this session. So, Madam Secretary General, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable President. Notice of motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights.
Merci, Madame la Secrétaire Générale.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General.
De la démocratisation, de la gouvernance et des droits de l'homme, l'honorable Geronima.
Therefore, Honorable Geronima Agustinho will therefore present the notice of motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, dear colleagues. Mr. Chair, I come to request the approval by this plenary assembly of the report of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights by this 49th plenary assembly of the Parliamentary Forum of SADC, and I present to the Bureau of this assembly on the 26th June 2021. 27th June, I beg your pardon.
Quelqu'un appuie le rapport, la motion, s'il vous plaît.
Will there be any seconder to this motion? Anyone to second the motion?
Les collègues de l'Afrique du Sud.
The Honorable from South Africa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable President. I rise to second the motion. Thank you very much.
Merci, chers collègues. Je
Thank
donne
you, Honorable. I will therefore give the floor and call upon Honorable Agostinho to present the report.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much.
Senhor Presidente,
Mr. Chair,
a Comissão Permanente de
the Permanent Committee,
Governação e
Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights,
pelo seu mandato disposto na linha
being guided by its mandate accordingly provided for in the rules and regulations of SADC, held its meeting, its statutory meeting, in virtually on the 13th of April 2021, at the time
das comissões permanentes do
of the meetings of the standing committees of the Parliament of the PF within the framework of the then plenary assembly under the theme, the role of Parliament in the protection of constitutional principles and rights in Southern Africa, perspectives and challenges. As a matter of economizing time, I'm not going to present. We all are in possession of the document. 3.0. Welcome by the chair of the committee. In the opening speech, the chair of the committee, Honorable Jerónimo Agostinho, observed the constitutional principles and the rule of law to be at the center of a sustainable democracy, and parliaments are the fulcrum for such protection. To this end, declared to the meeting that the parliaments ought mandate in order to ensure the observance of the various principles that sustain and support the constitutional principles and the observance of the rule of law. The referred principles, declared the chair of the committee, include separation of powers and between the executive and the judiciary bodies, the independence of the judiciary and the adjoining procedural guarantee and equitable procedures applicable to those that may be accused of criminal infringements, respect for individual rights, accountability. Sorry, the communication seems to have collapsed. The Honorable is not visible or audible.
IT. We seem to have lost Mozambique. Kindly give us a moment, Honorable President.
D'accord. Vous avez quelques secondes.
You may have a few moments.
as you were still conducting them.
As the day begins to break,
Mozambique is back, Honorable President. The President is muted, IT.
D'accord, on poursuit alors notre travail.
We may therefore proceed. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's important to know that taking into account what precedes the PF, this session for development of capacity in terms of the role of the constitutionality role and the maintenance of the rule of law in Southern Africa. And members of our standing committee, as well as members of other standing committees and national parliaments, in order to, first, to augment the level of knowledge of the MPs on the principles of constitutionality and rule of law in a democratic system. Second, identify challenges with which parliaments are faced whilst undertaking their role, trying to protect constitutional principles through the interchange of comparative experiences. Third, augment the capacity of SADC parliaments in order to take to effect their constitutional responsibility to defend and foster constitutional principles and the rule of law. And fourthly, to create consensus on the priority areas for action with a view to reinforce and strengthen the role of parliaments in the protection of principles of constitutionality in all the member states of SADC. The chair concluded by manifesting her gratitude to the two presenters, Justice Wangele and his colleague, that were invited to lead the session on capacity building. We also thanked partners, GIZ and the Austrian Development Agency for the financial support for the holding of the event, wished fruitful deliberations to all, and declared the meeting officially open. Solidarity motion, support to Mozambique, given the events. The committee appreciated the motion for consolidation of support to Mozambique, given the calamities in the north, the insurrection, the insurgency, I beg your pardon, in the north of the country. After deliberations on the motion, the committee expressed its preoccupation for the insurrection results on the citizenry, in particular women and children. That led to the following decision. A, to manifest its profound preoccupation due to the deterioration of the situation regarding lack of security in the north of Mozambique, where the scale of hostility had increased, leading to loss of life and affecting the citizens of all countries in SADC. B, reiterate the importance of peace and security in Mozambique and in the SADC region in order to ensure safety of human lives and consolidation of democracy, as well as for economic development. C, recall the draft resolution adopted by the 49th plenary session, 48th, that appealed to SADC in order to support SADC, appealed to SADC to support Mozambique in order to paralyze the insurrections. Congratulate the SADC double troika of 6th of April 2021 that decided to send immediately technical assistance to Mozambique in order to support the armed forces of the country, to reiterate the importance of the preservation of life through fast action with a view to subduing the insurrection and to ensure the return to normality for the common citizenry and for the associated transactions. Mozambique is a brother country of SADC, and as such, everything that there happens affects the region as a whole and ought therefore to be a preoccupation to and of all. To request the SADC member states to mutually support and to work together with a view to face the situation in Mozambique, to bring same under control, given the fact that its impact will be felt in the entire region, and to recommend to the plenary assembly to adopt the resolutions of the committee and the motion regarding solidarity and support to Mozambique. Presentations about the role of Parliament in the protection of constitutional principles in a rule of law in Southern Africa. Perspectives and challenges. The committee followed a presentation made by Professor Madugo and an intervention by Justice Moanda about the role of Parliament in the protection of constitutional principles and the rule of law in Southern Africa, assessing the prospects and the challenges. The presentation highlighted that constitutional principles have to do with a situation where there is the abidance with and to the provisions of the Constitution, and presupposes that the actual Constitution is holy and in fact restricts abuse of power and leads the practice of power. Constitutionalism, therefore, ensures that governmental power has limits and that there are supervisory measures according to the limits set forth by the Constitution. With regard to the rule of law, it was clarified that such concept implies equality before the law, and that being the case, all people ought to follow the law and ought not to act outside of the law. This means that there are laws before the exercise of power, and the exercise of power should stem from the law. However, it is not, they are not all laws that subscribe to the rule of law. There are draconian laws and anti-democratic laws that inflict and infringe on the rights of the citizens, do not follow such principles. With regard to the role of parliaments in the protection of constitutionalism and the rule of law, it was emphasized that the parliament has a central role in safeguarding the separation of powers between the three organs of state, namely the parliament, the executive, and the judiciary. Parliament must exercise and put in place pros and cons and weigh up parameters that are acceptable or not to the executive and by the executive, so that democracy may prosper. Another fundamental role of the parliament in the protection of constitutional principles and the rule of law is through legislation. Therefore, parliaments ought not to abdicate from their responsibility of legislating, given the excessive tendency of the role of some, because that would attempt against constitutional principles and against the rule of law. Parliaments ought also make sure that the contents of the laws that they draft protect and not otherwise act against the citizens. Parliaments must guarantee that democracy, participative democracy, is not limited to the elections. They must ensure a genuine public participation that is significant in the legislative as well as in other parliamentary processes. It was also highlighted that most of the constitutions in SADC, such as the South African one and the Zimbabwean one, require that the parliament guarantee a public, genuine participation in the legislative process. This is fundamental in order to ensure that the citizens have a voice in the subject matters that do affect them. In order to safeguard constitutional principles and the rule of law, it is absolutely fundamental that parliaments develop permanent mechanisms with a view to ensure the abidance to and by the Constitution. Measures ought to include the creation of a committee that may analyze carefully legislation in order to guarantee the abidance to the Constitution and the following of the law. Parliaments must also reserve a space to initiate proposals, draft laws by other organs other than the executive, including projects or drafts that may be initiated by given individual MPs. They must also assume their constitutional and executive role through the approval of a vote of no confidence in the government, examining carefully public nominations such as judges and commissioners that work in commissions that support democracy, such as electoral committees and the election of the different chairs. Another very important role is the oversight role, monitoring and accountability that usually happen under the careful eye of the public opinion. Parliament fulfills this function, demanding that the executive come to Parliament to show accountability before the parliamentary committees and receiving petitions directly from members of the public, analyzing reports from other constitutional organs, and ensuring that the judiciary be duly and truly independent. Recommendations. Having deliberated on what was presented regarding the presentations made, the committee decided as follows: exhorted the parliamentary forum in order to cooperate with partners such as the Association of Lawyers of SADC to ensure the initiatives for the development of capacities long term in the entire SADC region for parliaments and other actors such as justice officers, executive members and professionals of the media about their respective role in the fostering and promotion of democracy, including through the protection of constitutional principles and the rule of law in order to draft instruments of knowledge and to foster knowledge about the said initiatives, exhorted member states in order to comply and follow the SADC Treaty on the drafting of its laws, rules and regulations with a view to consolidating the constitutional principles and the rule of law. Asked parliaments in order not to follow blindly the impositions by the political parties, but to allow themselves, parliaments, to be guided by their own conscience, given the fact that society counts on the goodwill of MPs on a personal basis, exhorted for an approach that be collaborative between parliaments and civil society in sensitizing society about the general concepts of the rule of law and of the constitutional principles, particularly ensuring the promulgation and the implementation of the legislation that guarantees the separation of powers and the empowerment of citizens with a view to their participation in the democratic process. Exhorted the Parliamentary Forum of SADC to reduce the dip, to implement outreach programs to the communities on key initiatives such as the role of the parliament and the institutions that support democracy, the judiciary independence of all the organs of state in the promotion of constitutional principles and the rule of law. We are having occasional audio breaks, we apologize. Exhorted parliaments in order to assume a decisive role in the fight against corruption, given the fact that bad governance and corruption deprive communities of their rights. Exhorted the Parliamentary Forum to explore the possibility of drafting a model law about the role of parliaments in the promotion and protection of the constitutional principles and the rule of law in the SADC region, and to facilitate its incorporation on the part of member parliaments in the internal judicial rules and regulations. Requested that the PF strengthen their strategies with a view to bringing the model laws to the national legal frameworks by the member parliaments in order to overcome the gaps currently existing in terms of implementation. Decided to hold a conference, an annual regional conference, high level, about the rule of law and the protection of constitutional principles with different interested parties, including members from the judiciary, parliamentaries, media, and civil society. Mr. Chair, I have finished my presentation. I submit to the appreciation of this plenary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Agostino, for this brilliant presentation. Democratization of governance and human rights. Thank you so much for this brilliant presentation once more. I would like to allow Honorable Duran, who wanted to second the motion to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr.
Honorable,
President.
you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to second the report of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights to the 49th Plenary Assembly session, so ably moved by the chairperson of the committee. The report covers important issues that should be given critical attention. Mr. President, constitutionalism and the rule of law are the conditio sine qua non for building sustainable democracy in any country. As one of the primary institutions of the state, parliaments have a shared responsibility to protect and ensure the realization of constitutionalism, the rule of law, and human rights, and to implement the state's obligation in their respect alongside the executive and the judiciary. Mr. President, I concur with the motion in calling on Parliament to protect democratic systems of government, in particularly the participatory elements of democracy, which obliges parliaments to facilitate public involvement in the legislative and other processes of parliament. It's incontrovertible that democracy can only function optimally if members of the public are sufficiently informed about the activities of parliament, and if they are given a genuine opportunity to meaningfully be involved in those activities. Parliaments in the region should therefore ensure that parliamentary democracy does not end with the elections and take deliberate measures to make its committee and processes more accessible to the public, including mobilizing the media to provide information to the public about Parliament. Mr. President, in expressing my support for the motion, I wish to reiterate the resolution of the Standing Committee expressing solidarity and support to Mozambique in the face of the Cabo Delgado insurgents. Accordingly, I wish to restate the call by the move of the motion for SADC member states to take swift collective action to end this insurgence in Mozambique. I also wish to echo the view shared by the mover that in order to ensure the protection of the Constitution and the observance of rule of law, parliaments ought to safeguard the separation of powers between the three organs of state by exercising checks and balances on the executive. Indeed, parliaments should genuinely scrutinize the draft laws tabled by the executive and ensure that it is the legislature that passes laws rather than the laws passing through parliament. Dare I say, sometimes at the speed of an unidentified flying object. Mr. President, I'm encouraged by the decision of the Standing Committee on DG and HR to convene annual high-level regional conferences on the role of Parliament in protecting constitutionalism and the rule of law with other stakeholders, including members of the executive, the judiciary, MPs, media, and civil society. And Mr. President, as I conclude, I wish to call on parliaments to operationalize the benchmarks for democratic legislatures in Southern Africa, which was adopted by this plenary assembly in Swakopmund, Namibia in 2010, as a way of creating internal mechanisms and capacities for ensuring protecting constitutionalism and the rule of law. I second the motion, Mr. President. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Darren.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Darren Bergman. It is certain that our parliaments should become temples of democracy, good governance, and human rights. If our parliaments do not demonstrate, promote, and defend human rights, good governance, and the consolidation of democracy through our laws, we would become a negation of our own existence as elected and representatives of the people. I would like to open the floor for debates. Whoever needs wish to take the floor should raise their hands. Honorable members, I wish to remind you once more that for recording purposes of these of the minutes of this meeting, you should always mention the name of your country and your own name when you take the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. In this order, Namibia, Eswatini, Zimbabwe, 2 hands from Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Namibia, Zimbabwe, 2 hands, Mozambique, Eswatini, and Mozambique. I believe the hand for Mozambique it's not the same hand for the mover. I think it's the Honorable Speaker who has raised her hand, apologies. In that order, Honorable President, those are the hands for now.
Merci, les collègues de la Mozambique.
Thank you very much, the colleagues from Namibia. You may take the floor.
We can't hear Namibia. We can't hear Namibia. Please move closer to the microphone.
SG.
Okay, we can hear you now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, President. Utara Modu from Namibia. We'd first like to say that we are in full support of the recommendations in the motion to Mozambique in terms of the security interventions that SADC has placed. It is indeed time that SADC places conflict resolutions that are robust, that are effective, and this is a great move into democratizing our nation. Secondly, I would like to say, Honorable President, and I would like to extend in terms of the precision of the report, they do state some of the challenges that we do face as a region, but however, do not entail the reflective description of the true issues and challenges that we face within the regions. If Honorable President allows me, I would like to bring a practicality into my statement as I continue with my intervention. Honorable President, the first thing I would like to go into is on page 4, paragraph 1, talks about Constitution refers to a situation where there is an adherence of the provision of the Constitution and limits abuse of power. Honorable President, this statement is indeed true. But however, this is not the reflection and I can give you an example of the case of protection of the parliamentarians' rights. Firstly, Honorable President, 2 members of parliament were illegally suspended in our Namibian parliament. In this report, it does not give recommendations as to how the SADC Parliamentary Forum can deal with issues in terms of addressing and correcting the actions of member parliaments, especially in terms of them breaching the Constitution. This is not clear, and we do not know in which position does SADC PF fall in when it comes to disciplinary measures of member parliaments. The second thing, Honorable President, we would like to address is that Parliament is robust, indeed, as stated in the report, when addressing issues of national interest, issues of human rights, issues of corruption. Now, I'd like to go into the fact that corruption is an issue that has not been placed in this recommendation as it should be. And I would like to recommend that within the Assembly, that we come into an urban definition of what human rights is. We believe that corruption is a human rights crisis, and it is one that stigmatizes and that stops the development of the region in terms of integration, in terms of trade, in terms of further developmental projects within the region. And it should have been addressed into how SADC PF is going to deal with issues such as corruption that continues to economically suffocate, especially young people within the region, further ensuring that we do not get developed and we do not get the necessary human rights that we need in terms of the natural laws of the right to life. Another point, Honorable President, I would like to look into is it is very much evident that in our country and in the region that we do come from a colonial background of colonial injustice. But however, this has not been put in the report, stating in the case of colonial human rights issues, in terms of ensuring that we right the wrongs that have been done in the past. I would like to give you an example, Honorable President. In my country, Namibia, there is current negotiations on the genocide. No solidarity statement has been put out. No procedures have been placed in terms of holding Western countries that continue to undergrade and continue to look down in terms of the sovereignty of African countries in terms of negotiations on human rights issues, especially ones that looks into the colonial injustices. Currently, Honorable President, we would have expected that the committee would look into this issue, not just because, of course, we are excused that we are new members, but however, this genocide touches on and directly affects two countries such as South Africa and Botswana, who have through history become the host of some of the descendants of the genocide who have been directly implicated and should be on the forefront in terms of ensuring that Germany is held accountable in accordance to the international law. Another issue that we would like to stretch out is on border risk management. Honorable President, there is no recommendation that talks to how SADC PF is going to deal with border tensions that happen around borders. Now, I am very much grateful to the hosting country being Botswana because it gives us the opportunity to address this issue. Honorable President, Botswana has been their BDF forces ever since 1990, ever since independence. They have been allegedly harassing and murdering people on the Zambezi region of Namibia on the Chobe River. These issues are ones that should be stressed and should have been on the agenda of the Human Rights Committee to ensure that what are the steps that we put in place when member states of SADC continue. In fact, if I would enlighten the House, 2018 was an agreement that was a treaty agreement that was signed between Namibia and Botswana. This did not take place in terms of them playing according to the deals and ensuring that they do their part in bringing peace and stability. That was not the case. And we would want to know, and I would like to ask the House, how do we deal with this issue as SADC Parliamentary Forum to ensure that member states of SADC are held accountable in contravening the treaty agreements that are signed between two states? I thank you, Honorable President.
Merci, chers collègues. Chers collègues, je vous prie de respecter les 4 minutes pour les interventions.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. I urge you to respect the 4 minutes allocated to speakers. The colleagues from Zimbabwe, I believe there are 2 of them. You have the floor.
Honorable President, Honorable Daud Ndiweni will come, then Eswatini, then Mozambique, then the last Zimbabwe will come to break up the fairness. Thank you.
Thank Honorable Augustino for her report.
D'accord, oui, oui, le Zimbabwe peut intervenir, oui. D'accord.
Thank you. The Zimbabwe may go ahead.
C'est le tour de Zimbabwe maintenant.
Zimbabwe can take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My name is Daud Ndiweni from the Parliament of Zimbabwe. I'm connected.
Kindly proceed, Honorable Ndiweni. We can hear you.
I would like to thank Honorable Augustino for her presentation on the Committee of Democratization, Governance and Human Rights. Mr. President, I would like to add on the committee on the role of Parliament in protecting constitutionalism and rule of law, a case for Zimbabwe. The Parliament of Zimbabwe is custodian of the Constitution. The Constitution of Zimbabwe outlines that Parliament has the mandate and power to protect the Constitution. Section 299 of the Constitution gives Parliament the power to monitor and oversee expenditure by the state, all commissions, institutions, and agencies of government at every level. In essence, all executive organs of the state in the national sphere of government are accountable to Parliament on the use of public resources. Practical examples where Parliament of Zimbabwe has observed the Constitution and rule of law. Mr. President, our Parliament, through the committee system, government departments, agencies, and institutions have been called to account for their actions, such as the use of public resources. Section 141 of the Constitution stipulates that Parliament must facilitate public in its legislative process. This is one of the constitutional provisions that has been implemented by our Parliament, Mr. President, where the public hearings are conducted for all bills that are presented before it. Section 149 of the Constitution speaks on the right to petition Parliament. The legislature has received several petitions from the general public, which it has taken into consideration. The duration and dissolution of Parliament has been religiously followed according to Section 143 of our Constitution. This provision outlines that Parliament is elected for a 5-year term, but this may be cut short due to extraordinary reasons, which include the refusal by the National Assembly unreasonably to pass the appropriation bill. Section 148 of the Constitution, Mr. President, confers parliamentary privileges and immunities on presiding officers, members of parliament, which include freedom of speech in Parliament and in all parliamentary committees. Section 152 of our Constitution, Mr. President, provides that a parliamentary legal committee shall be established to consider any bill or statutory instrument to ensure that it does not contravene the provision of the Constitution. This is one of the ways in which Parliament lives up to its responsibility as the custodian of the Constitution. Mr. President, we have challenges that we face. Number one challenge is resource constraints by the Parliament to effectively conduct its oversight and lawmaking responsibilities. Parliament of Zimbabwe does not have full control of its own budget and has to rely on disbursement released by the executive. Secondly, language of bills is often and largely in English. This may hinder full comprehension by some legislators and may curtail their full participation in the lawmaking process. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, collègue.
Thank you, honorable members. The second hand from Zimbabwe, the floor is yours.
Honorable President, if you may, Zimbabwe will come last after Eswatini and Mozambique.
D'accord, Mozambique.
All right.
Mr. President.
Swaziland,
Eswatini.
Eswatini. Eswatini, d'accord. Eswatini.
Eswatini, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, President, for the opportunity to offer some ventilation remarks on this report. First, may I say this is an excellent, articulate report presented, and we congratulate the team, the presenter in particular, for ably presenting the report. President, I would like to echo and support the intervention, very pertinent one, by Namibia on the issue of the insurgency in our sister country, Mozambique. Mr. President, the problem since this report was crafted still continues unabated. Maybe as a plenary, we should register once again, reiterate our concern on the situation. And to that effect, and in this regard, if I may say, President, we should put on record, welcome the strategies that have been agreed upon by the heads of states and government in the recent meeting held in Mozambique, particularly on the same subject, that we are behind them, we will always support them in their endeavor to bring order, peace and stability in Mozambique, particularly in the northern region. The second point, Honorable President, is just a comment or maybe a clarification on the recommendation 9, Roman figure 9 of paragraph 5.2. Whilst I have no qualms with that recommendation for an annual regional high-level conference, I am requesting that it be unpacked. Is it at the forum, our forum, SADC PF forum, or at the mainstream SADC forum. It's food for thought. In other words, I'm just inquiring, wanting to know about the modalities of such a recommended annual regional high-level conference. Such things as funding, maybe as I said, is it at SADC PF level, or is it at mainstream SADC level, or what? President, I haven't introduced myself. Senator Isaac Magagula from the Kingdom of Eswati's Parliament. I thank you, President.
Les collègues de la Mozambique.
Thank you. We will have the Honorable from Mozambique taking the floor next.
Thank you. Carlos Manuel from Mozambique. Your Excellency, President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Excellencies, speakers of parliaments from the SADC region, illustrious Secretary General, counterparts and excellencies, I would like to support the work undertaken by the committee and to put forth some considerations about the insurgency situation that here we call terrorism in Cabo Delgado. Excellencies, in what has to do with the socio-economic and political of the country, we have to refer that our young democracy has been threatened since 2017 through attacks by armed groups in the center of the country and by barbarian terrorist actions and activities in the north of the countries, more concretely in some areas of Cabo Delgado characterized by murders and beheadings of civilians. Our biggest challenge currently is the fight against the violent attacks on the population targeted by terrorists, a new phenomenon in the country and in the SADC region, which unfortunately affects the Mozambican population in general, and in particular our population in the north of the country, with death, movement, dislocation of people, therefore exacerbating poverty of the people, creating a serious humanitarian crisis, highlighting once again thousands of people who are dislocated from their, moved forcibly from their places of origin that require urgent help. The violence brought on Cabo Delgado has gained a new dimension when armed groups attacked for the first time Palma village, a place where the multi-million projects of natural gas are centered, constituting thus a major obstacle to the governmental fundamentals within its efforts for development, socio-economic development. In the Summit on Defense and Security held by SADC, that centered on this situation in Mozambique and deliberating on supporting militarily the situation. So the summit deliberated on such support given the violent extremism, as well as debated the eradication of such activities. A rigorous border control, betterment of police and judicial controls in order to identify the subjects, the suspects, and to find efficient means to block the financing of terrorism activities. To such end, there was a meeting in Maputo again in order to assess the dimension of this terrorist threat and in order to determine the type of support required to eradicate this phenomenon that afflicts Cabo Delgado since 2017. This work group drafted and presented in the extraordinary session of the SADC double troika an operational report that determines the mechanisms for intervention and for assistance that may be given to our country in order to face this terrorist threat. Currently, in the extraordinary summit of heads of state and governments of SADC, again, and we've lost Mozambique.
We are trying to connect Mozambique, Honorable President. We have lost Mozambique again.
Oui.
Okay, Mozambique is back.
Mozambique.
We lost you for a moment, Mozambique, as you're concluding.
Começa aí na cimeira. Na página em abril. Não tem Maputo em abril.
Repetindo, voltando.
To repeat, and coming back to the
last paragraph.
O último, no mês. Sim, estamos de volta mais uma vez.
We are back once again. As I was saying, that in July, current month, during an extraordinary summit of heads of state and government of SADC, again, they met again in Maputo, where they deliberated about the conditions in order to harness the necessary and gather the necessary support that the countries from the region may afford to Mozambique in our fight against terrorism. Thank you very much. So that concludes the...
Thank you. Thank you. I would love for the Honorable to take note that throughout all the remarks and the interventions, we have a few concerns about terrorism to which Mozambique is apparently falling prey. And I asked a question. I will ask a question in order for a parliamentary forum to suggest solutions or avenues for the states, the member states that are going through difficult security and peace situations, as well as terrorism, may take some measures. It would be great if we could recommend solutions to the heads of states and governments, particularly on this point. And I would like for us to take note of that even before we adopt this report or even before the end of this day's session. But before that, we have our honorable from Zimbabwe that had his hand raised, and the floor is his.
Thank you. And Honorable President, we have another hand from Botswana after that. That concludes the hands.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to tender my support to the mover of the motion. As I do so, I want to start by looking at the committee's recommendation on page 6. Recommendation number 7, which says, urge SADC PF to consider developing a model law on the role of parliaments in protecting, in promoting and protecting constitutionalism and the rule of law in the SADC regions, and facilitate its domestication by member parliaments. Now, that recommendation, I think, may not pass because it is a contradiction to the nature and spirit of constitutionalism. The Constitution itself must have a provision that calls for its respect, promotion, and propagation. To that extent, I would like to share, Mr. President, the provision of our own constitution and that of South Africa as examples which clearly state that Parliament must protect the Constitution and ensure that the state and all its agencies must respect the Constitution and be accountable to Parliament. And in the same constitutions, there is the call for the propagation of the Constitution. It is therefore my humble submission that that recommendation number 7 in the committee's report should be expunged. Having said that, Mr. President, constitutionalism as a tenet speaks to limited governmental power in which the executive must be guided by the dictates of the Constitution in respect of the will of the people that have voted that government into power. At the same time, the constitutionalism must be backed by the tenet of legality, that the law does create obligations, and if those obligations are not fulfilled by persons, including corporate persons, there must be some censure. Another related tenet to constitutionalism is indeed the rule of law, that all are equal before the law, and the application of the law should not be discriminatory. Having said that, Mr. President, while the committee is calling for the members of parliament and parliaments at large that they should protect the Constitution, I think one of the glaring observations is that quite often members of parliament themselves don't study fully the Constitution in order to understand the provisions that are in it. Parliaments and parliamentarians cannot protect the Constitution if they don't understand it, if they don't follow it religiously. Another issue, Mr. President, is that as parliaments, we must ensure that there's access to the Constitution. In that regard, quite often our constitutions are written in foreign colonial languages or the language of the colonizing power in that country. It is therefore important that the constitutions be translated into vernacular languages, as we have done in Zimbabwe. Our constitution has been translated into all the official recognized languages, including Braille. Furthermore, we have a section in our constitution which demands that the constitution must be taught in our schools, in our tertiary institutions, and that the private sector and civil society organizations must have access to the Constitution and must understand it fully. When all has been said and done, all constitutions that matter must promote the Bill of Rights. And the Bill of Rights is the anchor of and bedrock of democracy. If the Bill of Rights is not protected, is not propagated and respected, we cannot speak about development. Let me turn to the issue raised by my young sister parliamentarians, calling for the protection of the rights of parliamentarians. In this regard, Mr. President, we need to take a leaf from the Interparliamentary Union, which has a standing committee on the human rights of parliamentarians. And it is a watchdog to ensure that the rights of members of parliament are not violated, apart from the privileges which they enjoy through the Privileges Act. So perhaps we might take a leaf in that respect. Finally, I want to commend SADC, the heads of state and government of SADC, by finally deploying the standby SADC force to ensure that there is peace and security in the northern part of Mozambique. And in so doing, hopefully, the huge gas mine that was discovered and had been stopped by these terrorists will resume its operations very soon. It is important that solidarity therefore be expressed among SADC countries in the fight against such terrorist activities. Because tomorrow, if, for example, Zimbabwe discovers oil and these terrorists who appear to be well-funded by external forces, they may start again destabilizing a promising enterprise in mining. It could be in South Africa as well. It could be in Namibia. It is therefore important that we leverage on each other's military intelligence and other military security services to ensure that the development projects that emerge to improve the socio-economic position of our countries have the protection of our security services in order to guarantee positive development of sister countries within SADC. I so submit and tender my full support for the motion proposed by our colleague. Thank you.
The Honorable President is muted. The Honorable President is muted. IT, kindly unmute the Honorable President.
Merci. Vous m'entendez?
Thank you. Now, can you hear me clearly? Am I audible?
Indeed, Honorable President, you are audible.
Je donne maintenant la parole à l'honorable.
Therefore, I will give the floor and I will call upon the Honorable Secretary General, and then I will bounce back on what the Honorable Speaker Mudenda said. Madam Secretary General, to you the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. We have Botswana and Seychelles, maybe before I'm called upon, Honorable President. We have two hands, Botswana and Seychelles. They just, yes. Botswana raised earlier, Seychelles.
Botswana, vous avez la parole.
I call upon Botswana. I call upon Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity. Let me start by setting the record straight that no, Botswana, we are not murderers. We are a sovereign state. And this must be noted. And Mr. President, let me thank the head of states of the SADC region for what they have done by acting in time to secure the people of Mozambique. The other issue when supporting this motion, Mr. President, we must know that what we are doing as a region, the whole world is watching us in how we handle our matters, especially in our region. Then in the future, likewise, the international world will as well subscribe and help us if they see what we are doing to our people ourselves, not by always wanting the outsiders to come and resolve our issues. The other thing which I want to make it clear is that each and every country have got its constitution. In case in Botswana, each and everyone have got these constitutional rights. But whether you are a citizen or a non-citizen, there's the rule of law, which must be abided by each and everyone in the republic, like in the case of Botswana. We don't ask you whether you come from North, South, East Europe. If there's something which is supposed to be done in terms of the law will apply to all without any favor. By so saying, a lot, my colleagues have deliberated on this motion with the understanding of what is happening in our region. Let me thank them and as well thank the forum. Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Paulson Majaga from Botswana, Mr. President.
Merci, chers collègues. C'est le tour du
Thank
collègue.
you, Honorable. I believe it is time for the Honorable from Seychelles to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The report on democratization, governance, and human resources has, I should think, failed to include the small islands. Has failed to include the small island states. What I'm saying in terms of terrorism is that the small island states have been sort of having a curb, a huge surge in relation to the pirates from Somalia. And generally, the pirates threaten the Indian Ocean greatly, especially the trade activities. And on top of that, their activities is mainly threatening our livelihood, mainly fishing industries into the Seychelles, probably Mauritius as well. And on top of that, the countries have just adopted the African Continental Free Trade Area zone. And we had report on the AFCTA, especially into relations to the post-COVID economic recovery into the Southern Africa. So especially into the post-COVID arena, if our activities, our trades, our food, livelihood are being threatened, then we should put a stop to it. And I would call solidarity amongst SADC countries to curb terrorism, especially amongst the small island states. I believe the head of states should also include and ensure safe trades among the African countries, also from piracy as well, in accordance with WTO mandates. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Honorable Leon Tumba would like to take the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, Mr. President. I would like to note that this discussion around terrorism that is faced by Mozambique is the same issue that the DRC is facing. You know pretty well that the eastern part of our country is experiencing the same issue. Women are being violated, and we have children soldiers. This is infringes our democracy and has various implications. So if we are talking about Mozambique, we need to highlight the fact that the DRC, that is part of the SADC, is also experiencing similar issues. So if we can find solutions in Mozambique, certainly we should find solutions for the DRC. This would be the true meaning of solidarity. As you mentioned, the president of SADC came together, and it is important to include the DRC in this situation. We need to look at ways of stopping this violence, and this affects many other aspects within the country. So I believe that this solidarity would be a great demonstration of this regional integration that is wished by all. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. I believe that the colleague of Seychelles put an emphasis of pirates who are destroying and are preventing fishermen of these countries to work peacefully and to bring the necessary support to the development of Seychelles' economy. It is certainly a country that we should not forget when it comes to countries of our region that are facing terrorism and all manners of violence. And it is therefore fitting for the parliamentary forum to look into this matter and take a clear stance on this matter and elaborate a recommendation to present to heads of states so that measures be taken against terrorism that is affecting and disturbing the peace and development, and sometimes sound relationships between our states. This is what I wanted to bring to the table. Now, I would like to give the floor to Madam Secretary General for a contribution.
Thank you, Honorable President. We note the contributions and the wisdom that has been infused into our resolution of this August Plenary Assembly. Honorable President, we will also go ahead to expunge as guided by this August Plenary Assembly. Allow me, Honorable President, in relation to the resolution on the annual conference on constitutionalism and the rule of law, I wish to assure this August Plenary Assembly, Honorable President, through you, that this initiative will be implemented by bearing in mind the sacrosanct principle of separation of powers. And the theme will thus be addressed from the lens of parliamentarism and the advancement of democratization through parliaments. The conference will thus not overlap or impinge on the work commonly conducted by the executive in the consolidation of the framework governing the rule of law. In fact, Honorable President, both the work of the forum in that regard and the initiatives of the executive will strengthen one another, but not duplicate themselves. I therefore wish to advance this clarity of the crucial link which exists between parliamentarism, democratization, the respect for the Constitution, human rights, and the rule of law. I thank you, Honorable President.
Merci. Alors,
Thank you very much. The President Mudenda would like to speak about the seventh resolution. He has brought forth a couple of remarks that are clearly pertinent. However, I would like to say that it is true that every country has its constitution. All of our states have a constitution. And if at the parliamentary forum of SADC we believe that it is necessary to put an emphasis on the role of the Constitution, as well as its role within a country, I don't think that it's a bad thing. It is simply an emphasis. The Honorable MPs can indeed put an emphasis on this matter so that our states, members of SADC, can give in absolute priority to our constitutions. It is simply a clear demonstration of our commitment to our constitutions and its rightful place among states within the region. And that is what I wanted to highlight. What President Mudenda, what Speaker Mudenda said is absolutely pertinent. And I believe that the emphasis on the issue of the Constitution, of upholding the Constitution, is indeed substantial. I don't know if anybody would like to take the floor. Zimbabwe, I see that you would like to take the floor.
Zimbabwe, vous pouvez prendre la parole.
If anyone wishes to take the floor in Zimbabwe,
Thank you very much.
Zimbabwe, you may do so.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, I accept that recommendation number 7 on page 6 of the report has the intention to emphasize that SADC parliaments, SADC PF parliaments should promote and protect constitutionalism and the rule of law. In terms of lawmaking process, you cannot have a modern law instructing that exercise to take place. It is a contradiction of terms. And in terms of how the legislative processes do take place, indeed, you cannot have a modern law on the role of parliaments in promoting it. It's very clumsy, and I didn't want to use some uncivilized expression, but let's leave it as really as you put it, Mr. President, that parliaments within SADC countries should promote and protect constitution and the rule of law, but not using a modern law. That is a contradiction in the legislative process. Secondly, I was not very clear what the Secretary General was saying in terms of coming up with a resolution. And I'm not sure whether this is not implied right at the end of the order paper, where it says considerations of members' motions. Is it not a sum total of resolutions that should emerge from the motions? And I don't think there's a harm in terms of separation of powers, as we did last time, that we make a resolution calling upon our heads of states and government, for example, to expand their responsibility beyond Mozambique. As a speaker from DRC, there's a problem of terrorism in Eastern DRC. There's a problem of pirates in the island countries. there's no harm in calling upon SADC to look into this matter through its organ of peace and security. It is well within our rights as SADC PF to make that recommendation to our heads of state and government. And there's no infringement of the doctrine of separation of powers. Thank you. Unless I misunderstood the Secretary General.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you all very much, Honorable Speaker. With the second intervention of Honorable Speaker Mugenda, we should certainly consider a re-elaboration, a redrafting of the second resolution regarding the protection and the promotion of constitutionalism. And here an issue of separation of powers emerges. The Constitution has its own mechanism of self-defense. It is the supreme law of the land, and we cannot have a law that should protect it. And I completely agree with Honorable Speaker Mugdenda on this issue. And the Constitution is certainly the supreme law of the land, and it is self-protective as such. I completely agree. We need to relook at this recommendation and keep the substance of the resolution. Thank you very much, honorable colleagues. Botswana, you may have the floor. And Angola as well.
Botswana, Angola.
Let's see, it's Botswana, Angola,
Thank you very much.
Namibia.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My name is Pandus Kalamani from Botswana. I had not intended to take the floor, but having listened to what the Honorable Advocate Jacob Francis Mudenda said, I thought I should give my own perspective. My understanding of moral law is that it is something for which different countries can lift what will be applicable to that country. It is not meant to force each and every country to do what is in the moral law. I did not see any contradiction between having a moral law and having listened to our Speaker Mudenda giving examples of what the Constitution of Zimbabwe and South Africa provide. I thought it would be very good for whoever produces the moral law to look at those two constitutions and see how they advise those of the other countries who may not have the same provisions. So my own view is that there is nothing wrong in what has been proposed to have a model law for which we can then pick what we think is applicable to our different countries. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, collègue. Les collègues de l'Angola, il sera suivi du collègue de la Namibie. Vous prenez la parole à tour de rôle.
The colleague from Angola and then the colleague from Namibia will now take the floor.
Thank you very much, President of SADC PF. I request that the floor in order to support the position presented by Speaker Mudenda, taking into account the proposal of a preparation of a model law on the role of parliaments in the protection and promotion of constitutionalism and rule of law. It appears that, in fact, Advocate Mudenda is completely right. By doing so, we would be causing problems regarding the transformation of the forum into a regional parliament. We know that some countries are fearful regarding the transformation into a regional parliament, and such a law would cause some delays in the process of transformation. We think that the recommendation 5.2 is welcome, as it was already stated by the president of the forum of SADC. Thank you very much.
Angola has not yet taken the floor. Oh, yes, Angola did. The colleagues from Namibia, you may now take the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Am I audible? Yes, thank you very much.
Yes, you are audible.
Yes, Vipapi Mharukwa from Namibia again. We had a quick Namibian caucus on the resolution in question. We have to say we are in agreement with the learned advocate Mungenga, in that I suppose the president of SADC has probably taken the words out of my or our mouth as such. The constitutions on their own of the respective countries should have those very protections. Otherwise, then we probably would be moving towards a United States of SADC with one single constitution, or United States of Africa with one single constitution. But perhaps what would or should be done is not necessarily taking out the whole recommendation as such. We also agree that there must be emphasis on the need to protect constitutionalism in every country. So that recommendation should perhaps be geared more towards emphasizing on the principles of the constitutional protection. By that, we as a country, as Namibia, perhaps mean that as SADC, we must emphasize on the sovereignty of the independence, rather, of the judiciary. We should emphasize on the separation of powers in terms of the legislature and the executive. Perhaps in the rephrasing of that very resolution, those are the things that must come out more expressly. For if we are to say we must model a modern, we must have a model law, it wouldn't just be a single law. Then that means the countries must modify the laws relating to the various courts. And our court system or judicial systems do not necessarily all operate in the same fashion. South Africa in its own has a constitutional court as the highest court in terms of constitutional issues. Namibia has the Supreme Court as the highest court in the country. I'm sure other judicial jurisdictions would have different levels of judicial oversight over the Constitution. So if we are to then have a model law, it wouldn't just be one law, it would be basically SADC prescribing to many countries, to all of us, as to how all these facets that protects the Constitution, from the Ombudsman to today the Anti-Corruption Commission, that I suppose in some countries do not exist. So that we need to rephrase the resolution, that's one. But in that rephrasing, we must have, I'm summarizing, we must have the principles of constitutional protection expressed in that resolution. In a nutshell, we agree with the president, we agree with the learned advocate. Thank you.
Honorable President, there's another hand from Honorable Anile Ndebele. It's 12:57.
Okay.
I just want to quickly say, if we get into the habit of developing model laws just for the sake of it, which in itself is an expensive process, it's highly likely that model laws emanating from the SADC Parliamentary Forum will eventually lose their persuasive relevance. And as has been stated by my counterpart from Angola, this will have a negative impact on the process of moving towards a fully fledged SADC parliament. Just to emphasize the guarantees that are contained in every sound constitution that the Speaker Advocate Mutenda was referring to, I would like to quickly quote from our very own constitution, section 119 on the role of Parliament, subsection 1. Parliament must protect this constitution and promote democratic governance in Zimbabwe. Section 2. Parliament has power to ensure that the provisions of this constitution are upheld and that the state and all institutions and agencies of government at every level act constitutionally and in the national interest. For the purposes of subsection 2, all institutions and agencies of the state and government at every level are accountable to Parliament. I believe coming up with a model law from SADC will virtually be ripping the entire constitutions of member states, Madam Speaker, I so submit.
Madam.
Secretary General.
Merci, merci, chers collègues. C'est fini. Hein? Il y a encore une dernière intervention, sinon.
Is there anyone else who would like to take the floor?
There's nobody on the who has raised their hand, Honorable President. I don't see any other hands from my end.
Merci. Merci, nous avons pris beaucoup de temps sur ces rapports.
Thank you. We have spent quite a lot of time on deliberating this particular report. So I will call upon the Honorable Agostino to answer the concerns that have been raised.
Muito obrigada, senhor presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Before I respond, as a Mozambican parliamentarian, I take this opportunity to thank the solidarity afforded us by the colleagues in what has to do with the terrorism that affects our country. Mr. Chair, we are thankful for all the matters and all that was herein raised. We have duly taken note and of all that was put forth and will certainly incorporate in our report accordingly. The matters put forth by the Namibian colleague are all pertinent and will be duly analyzed within committee. But I would like to safeguard that some of the matters raised flow from the report of the Standing Committee on Trade, Industry and Finance on 4.3.5 and in the what flowed therefrom in page 9 of the same report. However, we do recognize, acknowledge, and we ask for the approval of this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Pardon? Honorable Président, chers collègues.
Honorable speakers, honorable MPs, distinguished guests, through this address, we can conclude that deliberation on this report have been concluded. Therefore, I put the question that the report of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance and Human Rights be adopted. Are there any objections?
Il n'y a pas d'objection.
I don't see any objection.
It's not an objection. It's not an objection but that recommendation number 7 be recast as discussed.
C'est ce que je
Page
suis en
6.
train de dire.
Exactly my point as I was saying. With a few amendments, in particular to recommendation number 7, the report of the Standing Committee on Democratization, Governance, and Human Rights is duly adopted by this plenary assembly. Thank you. We are now going to the second order of the day. Would it be time for a break? I can see people are looking at their watches. Would it be a signal that the break has come? Should we allow for a 15-minute break? A 15-minute break.
Time.
We should be back at 20 past 12 Kinshasa time and 20 past 1 Johannesburg time. A little bit of a break, a health break. Are we all in agreement?
Lunch, please. 45 minutes, Secretary General.
Noted, Honorable Speaker. Honorable President, there's an appeal for a 45 minutes break. I don't know if the Honorable President has left the chair.
Je suis avec vous. Je suis en ligne.
I am still here. I'm still online. You would like 45 minutes? Just be advised that we will conclude quite late because we still have 5 points in the agenda to discuss. After those 45 minutes, will there be any break? I'm all right with 45 minutes for the lunch break. I'm perfectly fine.
Merci
45
beaucoup.
minutes lunch break.
Thank you.
seas of undulating golden grasses, and ancient river valleys with aristocratic
Banya,
Okavango Delta is a fragile ecosystem and remains one of Africa's most unspoiled and authentic wilderness areas. Its serpentine meanders from the Panhandle, resting deep in the Kalahari Sands, a home of flora and fauna, a host to many culture where man and beast live side by side. Play the guitar, let the sounds of your guitar resonate as I tell them about the beauty of my country. Ha. Declared UNESCO's World Heritage number 1000, a receiver of many prestigious awards. Ladies and gentlemen, Botswana has it all. My brother, play the guitar. Let the sounds resonate as we tell them about the beauty of our country. Botswana has it all. Camping safaris, Mokoro safaris, walking safaris, cultural experiences, sporting events, hospitality unmatched. I am talking about the land of open skies. Ladies and gentlemen, as we will be going back to your countries, respective countries, go tell the world that Botswana awaits. Yes, we will be giving out the best, the beauty Botswana awaits. I am talking about the beauty. I am talking about the land of peace and tranquility, the land of our forefathers, our pride, your destination. Ha, God. Ha, ha, ha. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, thank you. Yes. You've been a wonderful team of tourists. Thank you so much. And I hope you have enjoyed your stay in Botswana. I hope that you have seen wonders, beauties, and I hope that I've been a wonderful tour guide. Yes, yes, thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Now that you have arrived at our final destination, the Kotla, I will invite Chief Kos to say bye to you. Thank you so much. Mungwame.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed the evening with us so far. We are pleased to invite you now for the reception hosted by the Republic of Botswana in Hall A. Please follow the stairs and escalators to the lower level of the CityQ Berlin. But before that, please don't forget to return the infrared receivers and headphones to our hostesses before leaving the hall. Thank you very much. And now, enjoy the evening and have a successful ITB 2017. very warm welcome to the dancers and musicians from the I Love Botswana ensemble, directed by Andrew L. Kohler from the Mopato Dance Theatre, and the moderator of the show, Gabriel. Ladies and gentlemen, and now follow us through a day in the life of this year's ITB partner country, Botswana. Please give a very warm welcome to the dancers and musicians from the I Love Botswana ensemble, directed by Andrew L. Kohler from the Mopato Dance Theatre, and the moderator of the show, Gabriel Modizi. And now, let the show begin.
Botswana. I address you, ladies and gentlemen, in the name of our forefathers. Kapula, beautiful people, to the land of Botswana, the land of our forefathers, the land of our forefathers, the land of this is my Botswana. Welcome to ladies and gentlemen. The Republic of Botswana is a multi-party democracy. Roughly this is the size of France. With the Republic of Botswana is a multi-party democracy. Roughly this is the size of France. With an estimated area of Namibia, Zimbabwe, it is entirely landlocked, and South Africa. Beat the drums, beat Zimbabwe. Let the sounds resonate as I tell you about the beauty. Beat the drums, beat. Let the sounds resonate as I tell you about the beauty, the capital of my county. A self-environment polytechnic beautiful country. Botswana has had a reputation as a self-environment to work of African play. Botswana has had a reputation as a time with healthy distribution and economic growth has held up a decade coupled with healthy distribution and economic growth has helped us develop. I am talking about Botswana, desirable living. I am talking about the beauty. I am talking about Botswana. Let the sound of the drums resonate as I tell you about the beauty of my country. Ladies and let the sound of the drums resonate as I tell you about the beauty and say from my country. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand here today and say your destination. Welcome to Botswana. Our pride, your destination. Welcome. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. together people of different ethnicities, but same entity. Culture, you will be delighted to find out that brings together people of different ethnicities, as Botswana even for generations to come. You will be delighted to find out that we still preserving our culture, as Botswana even for generations. Talented dancers and actors who frequently give the world cultural tourism, we call it. Talented dancers and actors who frequently give the world togetherness cultural renditions, Botswana. Our traditional beautiful hearts that craft and artifact made by talented women and men, Botswana. Ever hardworking men plowing craft and artifacts made by talented women and men always adds flavor. Ever hardworking men plowing at the fields using oxen, providing for their families. The pounding sounds of mortar and pestle resonate as our mothers prepare traditional dishes. The pounding sounds of mortar and pestle resonate as our mothers prepare traditional dishes for us. Later, we will invite you to come and have a bite. We live our very own traditional. Later, we will invite you to come and have a bite. All these things are found in all different parts of Botswana. Here picked Tuli and Chobe as a destination you may love of Botswana. Here picked Tuli and Chobe as a destination we offer visitors a wide range of wildlife safaris. Yes. Appealing to game viewers, at Chobe National Park, we offer visitors a wide range of wildlife safaris. Boat riders, game viewers, explorer of hidden photographers, and the love of fishermen, boat riders, spoiled, explorer of hidden places, and the lover of Africa at its least spoiled state. Yes.
our traditional dance renowned the world over. It is the sound of Botswana. You have arrived. We could tell you that Botswana is the best place on earth to visit, that we have the greatest tourism offer and the rarest iconic African landscapes of a delta in a desert. We may also tell you that we're the vanguard in the management and conservation of our pristine wildlife, ensuring that it remains undisturbed in its natural wonder.
Vous avez le rapport, l'autre rapport. Vous me donnez.
Microphone.
Chers collègues,
okay.
honorable,
honorable members, honorable speakers, MPs, distinguished guests, we are now resuming with the course of the day. After a healthy lunch break, I believe that we have gathered our strength in order to resume and to go forth without any more interruptions. Therefore, I will call upon the Secretary General to read to us the second order of the day.
Thank you, Honorable President. Notice of motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development.
Il y a un problème?
Sorry, could you repeat? The sound gave away on my end. Sorry.
Oh, apologies, Honorable President. Notice of motion for the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development.
Merci, Madame la Secrétaire Générale.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. Therefore, I would like to call upon the Vice President of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, Honorable Mary Jeanne d'Arc Massey Goulamali. If you may give notice of the motion for adoption. Honorable Anne-Marie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me the floor. Massey Goulamali is my name. I'm parliamentary in Madagascar, and I'm vice chairperson on the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development.
Issu de la réunion virtuelle du comité permanent de l'égalité des genres,
guided by its mandate in terms of Rule 42A of the Standing Parliamentary Forum Rules of Procedure, convene the meeting virtually on Wednesday, 14th April 2021, with the theme Unpaid and Domestic Work, Why Should Parliament Care? 1.0 Preamble. Mr. President, the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, GEWI, guided by its mandate, Honorable, I would like for us to follow the proceedings. So you have moved. So is there any other honorable that is seconding this motion? Would it be Honorable Talita, if I'm not mistaken? My apology, Mr. Honorable President. I thought that you gave me the leeway to present. So first, I move the motion in my name, Honorable President. My apologies. Thank you, Honorable. Will there be any seconder to this motion?
Thank you, Mr. President. I second the motion. Thank you.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Therefore, at this junction, I will give the floor to Honorable Marie-Jeanne d'Arc Massey Goulamali, and she will present the report. Once again, thank you, Massey Goulamali. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Honorable President. Once again, hello and greetings to all the honorables on this call. I will read once again. Report of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development to the 49th Plenary Assembly Session based on the meeting that was held virtually on the 14th April 2021 under the theme Unpaid and Domestic Work, Why Should Parliament Care? 1.0 Preamble. Mr. President, the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, GEWI, guided by its mandate in terms of Rule 42, Clause A of the SADC PF Rules of Procedures, convened its meeting virtually on Wednesday, 14th April 2021, on the occasion of the committee session of the SADC PF Standing Committees, which took place from the 11th to the 16th April 2021. 2. Credentials of committee members. 10 of the 15 representatives of the SADC Parliamentary Forum were present as follows. Honorable Maria do Carmo do Nascimento from Angola, Honorable Talita Monachotla from Botswana, Senator Busisiwe Dlamini from Eswatini, Honorable Marie-Jeanne d'Arc Masculamali, Madagascar, myself, Honorable Loni Chijere Piri from Malawi, Honorable Maria Marta Fernando from Mozambique, Honorable Kelly Saminadine from Seychelles, Honorable Ken Sani Kate Bilonkulu from South Africa, Honorable Ponde Chunga Mecha from Zambia, Honorable Goodluck Kwaramba from Zimbabwe. Apologies were received from the following representatives: Honorable Pete Ramokwai from Lesotho, Honorable Anne-Marie Mbilabangu from the RC, Honorable Marie-Joanne Sabrina Tour from Mauritius. There was no representatives for Namibia after general elections, and same for Tanzania. 3.0 Welcome remarks by the Vice Chairperson, therefore myself. In her keynote, the Vice Chairperson, Honorable Marie-Jeanne d'Arc Masculamali, informed the meeting that women's empowerment had in recent years become a key focus in poverty eradication. She noted, however, that this empowerment and the autonomy of women, as well as the improvement of whether socioeconomic, political, or health-related, had been hampered by a lot of factors, among which was unpaid care and domestic work. The Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development met under the theme Unpaid Care and Domestic Work. Why should Parliament care? whereupon the vice chairperson noted with great concern that as of 2018, 606 million women of working age declared themselves to be unavailable for employment because of unpaid care, while only 41 million men were inactive for the same reason. Honorable Marie-Jeanne Mas-Glamali was of the considered view that this undermined women's well-being, fostered financial dependence, and limited the options for decent work to a point that restricted women to a lower status. The vice chairperson observed that national parliaments had the opportunity, and better yet, the influence to provide insight into the importance of addressing gender inequality with regard to unpaid care and domestic work. They could do this by catalyzing and strengthening effective national and regional mechanisms that can develop responses to this type of work. She stated that by recognizing, reducing, and redistributing unpaid care work, time will be freed for women and girls to engage in formal jobs, socio-economic, and political activities. Therefore, she enthused national parliaments to make unpaid care and domestic work a dialogue issue with the relevant stakeholders and promote the systematic use of gender-responsive budgeting as a method of analyzing this type of work and integrating it into the development agenda. 4.0 Unpaid care and domestic work. Why should Parliament care? The Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement, and Youth Development held a virtual meeting on the 14th April 2021. The meeting was convened under the theme Unpaid Care and Domestic Work. Why should Parliament care? The Gay Standing Committee received expert presentations on theme from the following resource persons. 1. Ms. Chama Mwandalesa, Women's Rights Program Manager from Oxfam, Zambia. 2. Ms. Smaksiku Katie Sangende, Women's Rights Manager from ActionAid Zambia. The committee took note that around the world, women and girls were composing 75% of unpaid care and domestic work in homes and communities, and that the current measure of most economies ignored a large portion of this work. The committee further noted that because unpaid care and domestic work was driven by women and girls, this left them with little or no time to get an education, earn a decent living, or to be involved in the communities and or decision making process and positions. The committee took cognizance that if not considered in development policies, unpaid care could have severe consequences for development outcomes, such as leaving women and girls trapped at the very bottom of the economy. The committee appreciated my apologies. The committee appreciated, on the other hand, the fact that without investing time, effort, and resources in unpaid care and domestic work, communities, workplaces, and whole economies would grind to a halt. The committee took note that globally, women and girls made up 2/3 of the paid care workforce. Since then, the committee noted that 12.5 billion hours of unpaid care work was carried out by women and girls every day, and that when valued at minimum wage, this would represent a contribution to the global economy of at least 10.8 trillion a year, $10.8 trillion a year, which would be more than 3 times the size of the global tech industry. In that regard, the committee noted with deep concern that this disproportionate responsibility for unpaid care and domestic work underpinned and reinforced every aspect of gender inequality. Of great concern to the committee, the heavy and unequal care and gender social norms prevented women from engaging in political decision-making and leadership roles, as well as preventing them from taking part in collective action to promote their sexual and reproductive health rights, decent and dignified work, and a life free from violence. The committee also noted with concern that with respect to unpaid care and domestic work, there were doubts expressed as follows. A, it was a private and not a public issue. B, it was a divisive and controversial issue. C, unpaid care issues are complex. But small d, it is an insignificant issue. E, it's not really about incomes or profits. F, it's too long a term. G, it was not an urgent matter. H, there is no real evidence to support the importance of unpaid care. 5.0 Challenges in addressing unpaid care work in developing countries at policy level. The committee took note with deep concern that unpaid care and domestic work as a social, economic, and development issue remain low and underestimated in most developing countries, and that concrete policy commitment and financial investment in care supporting services and infrastructures were also very low. The committee further noted that policy interventions related to unpaid and domestic work tended to be limited to women's role in caring for family and community members' health, particularly in relation to the HIV/AIDS issue. The committee took cognizance with sadness that care work was seen as unskilled, usually unproductive, and not considered to be work, despite it being essential to the functioning of societies and economies. The committee noted that despite increase in women's participation in paid work and the growing irrelevance of the male breadwinner model around the world, men's participation in unpaid care work had not increased in any substantial manner. 6.0 Strategies to address unpaid care and domestic work. Integration into the development agenda. The committee appreciated the 4R's strategy in addressing unpaid care and domestic work as laid out below. Recognize that unpaid care work was mainly done by women. Acknowledge it as work, a type of production that creates real value, and recognize it as such in relevant policies. Reduce the total number of hours needed to be spent on unpaid care and domestic work by improving access to affordable time-saving technologies and care supporting infrastructure, such as water, electricity, and public transport. Redistribute unpaid care work within the household, shift some of the costs, responsibilities, and opportunities associated with unpaid care work to the state and the private sector. Represent caregivers effectively in design and decision making so that they could voice their concerns and shape policies, budgets, and plans. The committee further took note of the other approaches that could be employed to address unpaid care and domestic work as set out hereunder. A. Address patriarchy and promote feminist approach in advancing the need for shared roles and responsibilities. B. Ensure that communities and citizens understand and are convinced of the burden that is unpaid care work. C. Ensure unconditional social cash transfer schemes and social services by states that would relieve women and girls from unpaid care work, i.e., daycare or cooperatives to supplement, to help and support women who work to raise their income. 7.0. Importance of time use surveys. The committee took note that studies on schedules offered a unique tool for exploring a wide range of policy concerns, including assessing quality of life or general well-being, analyzing the division of labor between women and men, improving estimation of all forms of work, paid and unpaid, and estimations, household production and its contribution to the GDP. The committee further noted with concern that although some countries had made efforts to understand the size and contribution of this non-market sector, the ambiguity surrounding the concept of this type of work and the lack of understanding of this issue seem to add on to the poor generation of data. Time use surveys would cause unpaid care work to be counted in statistics, accounted for in representations of the economy, and taken into account in policy making. With regard to time use data collection in Africa, the committee took note with great concern that as of 2018, only 16 African countries had national time use data, which provided a good basis for discussing unpaid care work in more concrete terms. And it allowed them to explore how responsibility for these interacted with the performance of other activities, such as earnings and income. The committee also took note that time use data was increasingly relevant in development policy. Time use data showed how many minutes or how many hours individuals committed to activities such as paid work, unpaid work, including household chores and childcare, leisure, and self-care activities. This data could therefore improve the understanding of how people make decisions about time and expand our knowledge of well-being. Time use data revealed how, partly due to gender norms and roles, men and women spent their time differently. This created an unequal distribution of paid and unpaid work time. Usually women bearing disproportionately higher responsibility for unpaid work and spending proportionally less time in paid work than men.
Faisait partie intégrante de la cible 5.4 de l'objectif de développement durable 5, qui préconisait de reconnaître, de réduire et de redistribuer les travail de soins non rémunérés comme condition
as a condition in order to reach gender equality. Thanks to time use data,
et en combien de temps les activités ont été exécutées. Cependant, le comité a
Therefore, the committee had noticed between 2020 and to this date, many countries had no data regarding the time consecrated to unpaid care time in countries in development. Therefore, the committee, through this document, decides to urge national parliaments to create policies around unpaid care work and also to create laws, to promulgate laws that protect people in this regard. The policy should be put in place in order to protect women and young girls as far as non-unpaid care work is concerned. This situation has brought, or should indeed bring about great attention around the continent and allow for women and young girls to employ their time in social, political activities and should bring women to a different level where they would not be as vulnerable as they are. We should also request the parliament to look into this matter, given that it's no longer a social issue, but rather a governance issue, and find various approaches to deal with this matter through public services and social services that are affordable for women. And we need a proper structure regarding this unpaid care work. There should also be other actors taken into account regarding this work, this unpaid work, but also to urge parliaments to request to the minister responsible for labor to look into matters regarding unpaid work and also look into policies aimed at providing equitable work between men and women within the household, bringing attention to this type of work through a collection of quantitative data and surveys would assist. There's also the necessity to provide various statistics and data regarding this unpaid care work. The necessity to implore governments to put in place various sources of energy, such as wind-generated power, in order to allow women to delve into other tasks regarding political and social, economical standing of women. This work has a heavy cost on women, on women's health, and we need to call upon MP women in order for them to use their power and allow parliaments to use their influence on this type of work that is not remunerated, and also its impact on GDP, as well as the fiscal regime, but also the need to look into policies regarding unpaid work. This data is part of the SDG number 5, aiming at redistributing this unpaid care as a means of attaining equality, but also to encourage an equitable share of tasks, domestic tasks, so that women and men may equally enjoy benefits of shared responsibilities, but also to encourage decision makers in order to take decisions that favor equity, but also respect social norms and banish the thinking that women only should be responsible for domestic work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, and Madam Secretary General.
Jeanne d'Arc Massi Mali.
Thank you, Honorable Marie-Jeanne d'Arc Massi Gulamali, for this brilliant presentation. I would like to allow Honorable Talita Monakutala to intervene regarding the motion. You have the floor, Honorable.
I rise to support the motion to adopt the report of
Monsieur le Président,
the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development, so ably moved by the Chairperson, Honorable Ramukai. Mr. President, I wish to echo the movers' sentiments that women's social, economic, political, and health status has been hampered by factors such as unpaid care and domestic work. Unpaid care and domestic work undermines women's well-being, fosters financial dependence, and limits the options for decent work. There is therefore need to ensure that women are empowered and their autonomy is improved by tackling the issue of unpaid care and domestic work. Mr. President, I wish to add my voice to the concern raised by the mover regarding the lack of data on unpaid care and domestic work. It is deeply worrying that between 2000 and 2015, 135 countries had no data on the proportion of time spent on unpaid and domestic work, rendering the bulk of unpaid domestic work in developing countries invisible. Mr. President, I concur with the movers' observation that there's need for the national parliament in the SADC region and globally to provide insight into the importance of addressing gender inequality with regard to unpaid care and domestic work by strengthening effective national and regional mechanisms that can develop responses to this type of work. I do agree with the mover that by recognizing, reducing, redistributing unpaid care work, more time will be freed for women and girls to engage in formal jobs, socio-economics, and political activities for the greater good. In that regard, I welcome the proposal by the mover to make unpaid care and domestic work a dialogue issue within national parliaments and with the relevant stakeholders. There is a need for the promotion of systematic use of gender response budgeting as a method of analyzing this type of work and incorporating it into the development agenda. Mr. President, I further welcome the proposal put forward by the mover for individual governments to conduct time use studies and adopt policies to promote shared responsibility between men and women within the household and family to ease the burden of multiple roles played by women, thereby drawing attention to unpaid care and domestic work. Mr. President, I second the motion. Thank you.
Merci, honorable, pour.
Thank you very much, Honorable, for this secondment. After this secondment, I submit this report for debate. Members wishing to contribute on the matter should raise their hands. Honorable members, I wish to remind you that for purposes of the recording of the minutes of this session, you should always communicate the name of your country and your own name every time you wish to take the floor. Dear colleagues, please request the floor. You only have 4 minutes per person. Thank you very much. Zimbabwe.
Good. Then Seychelles.
Les collègues de Zimbabwe, pouvez intervenir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for allowing me time to add my voice to this very important topic. Okay, I am Goodluck Kwaramba, Member of Parliament from the Zimbabwe Parliament. And now this is a very important topic, which, if not considered in developing policies, unpaid care work could have severe consequences, such as leaving women and girls trapped at the bottom of the economy. Mr. President, women spend about 75% of their time at home doing unpaid domestic work. In most cases, social services like water, health, energy, transport are not available. As a result, women spend time, for example, fetching water, fetching firewood, hence reproductive time is lost. This impacts negatively on the women's ability to participate in public life. More money will be channeled towards the social services so that women have a chance to improve themselves. The country's budgets should have a gender lens to address the needs of women, girls, and the disabled. This way, we can achieve gender equality when issues that affect women are adequately addressed. I thank you.
Merci, cher collègue.
Thank you, dear colleague. Seychelles, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I do appreciate the report which was presented, but it was mostly focused on the underpaid workers. And my contribution or my queries is that gender inequality is a social process by which men and women are treated equally. What I meant was that gender inequality is experienced differently across different cultures and also affects everybody. In Seychelles, I'm talking about the small island states. For example, we are having issues, social ills amongst our young boys, which has not should be incorporated, especially in regards to illicit drug use. And secondly, we have seen that our HIV prevalence for the small island states are higher amongst the male population rather than female population. And therefore, I would urge the SADC community to include, to ensure that there is inclusiveness in regards not only to women, but only to boys, to ensure that all member states have the same say into whatever resolution is being passed. Secondly, I haven't seen much in regards to youth development because I know youth development is mostly geared towards the preparation of young people to meet the challenges of adolescence and adulthood and achieve their final or full potentials. And of course, there are barriers which affects the youths of today. So therefore, I tend to rest my queries. Mr. President, thank you.
There are no further hands.
Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable Anne-Marie, you have the floor. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the floor. I would like to thank the Commission that has delved on this matter. I would like to speak about remuneration. We noticed that some of the work done by women does not align with national or regional standards. The Commission needs to reflect on how to manage and to issue issue rules as far as women's work is concerned. The people who are well remunerated are men instead of women. And I think that these rules, this legislation should be issued by the Minister of Labor. So, Honorable Speaker, I would like the Commission to reflect on various guidelines and perhaps to have various exchanges with country representatives. Thank you very much. I'm only seeing ladies taking the floor. Why are men so quiet? The subject is really key. The fight against inequalities, that's certainly a key issue. We need to look at social cultural barriers in this regard that have in some way made men kings. And if we look at the principle that men and women are born equal, I believe that as far as our various parliaments are concerned, we should find solutions in order to eliminate these inequalities. We can achieve it through goodwill, certainly, without forgetting the specificities required from men and women in certain dimensions. However, this does not excuse us from fighting against these inequalities so that women may have their rightful place within our society. If these inequalities are not suppressed, we may have difficulties accessing to development. I believe that at the SADC PF, level of our respective parliaments, we should work tirelessly in order to suppress these inequalities amongst men and women. Thank you. I would like to give the floor to Honorable Kulamali.
Sincere apologies, Honorable President.
For her to answer the questions.
There are three interventions. There are three interventions from Namibia, Lesotho, and Zimbabwe. Honorable Mpariwa from Zimbabwe and Honorable Sapang Tita Mosena from Lesotho. Thank you. And Honorable Marukua from Namibia. Thank you.
Merci. Chers collègues, les collègues de Lesotho.
Thank you, Honorable member from Lesotho. The floor is yours.
Chers collègues, vous avez la parole.
Honorable member from Lesotho, the floor is yours.
You are muted, Honorable Mosena. You are muted.
Okay.
I think we need to switch off another device or the other microphones.
Okay. There's still Hello. Okay, we're having.
Maybe, Honorable President, we may allow Namibia and Zimbabwe while Lesotho fixes their system, if it pleases the Honorable President.
Go ahead. Honorable. Go ahead, ma'am. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much, SG, Honorable President. My interjection will just be short. Firstly, I would like to give appreciation to the committee for really coming up with a narrowed down view on feminism in terms of trying to reach to gender equality by zooming into the most vulnerable community, not just looking at women, but the general ideology of some feminist work states that women come with structural classes. For instance, a middle-income Black or white woman in the city will have different struggles in comparison to that in the rural areas. And I believe this zooming down into unpaid domestic work looks into the necessary challenges to strengthen some of this deprived, economically deprived sector within the women. It is very much progressive. It is one that we can really say that we are moving into the right direction in terms of gender equality, by not just looking at a whole scale and making generalistic comments, but really trying to go to the nitty-gritty of the issue. Another recommendation that I could just bring into the report is that perhaps we can urge governments and civil societies to start being active in the member states to ensure that we bring in an annual census in terms of these domestic workers to see if they can be registered, if they can be a registry for this unpaid and domestic workers, so that to make it easier for them to also fight for them in terms of human rights issues, in terms of labor issues, so that they can also get a voice in terms of and stand. Thank you very much, President. Yes, Honorable President, I'm also informed that I didn't state my name. My name is Utara Motu from Namibia.
Lesotho.
Is Lesotho back? Is the line fixed on Lesotho's hand? Still? No? Therefore, while we are waiting for Lesotho to be back on the line, we are going to give the floor to our honorable members in Zimbabwe. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable President, for the opportunity to speak to this very important motion, which I also equally associate myself with as a woman. Honorable Speaker, Honorable President, you realize that the majority of women are domestic workers, be it at work or in the home. They are domestic workers. Long working hours without any recognition. No social protection in terms of protective clothing, no pension, Honorable President. And that's a woman. And can I make this declaration of saying, all women are working women. Our input into the economic development should be recognized and put in its rightful place. Honorable President, women's rights are human rights. We are all equal before the Lord. And I hope and trust that as SADC will pay heed to the equal pay for work of equal value. Decent work has been mentioned in the presentation and in the recommendations of the committee. And the ILO defines decent work in various instruments of its organs. Convention 189 on domestic workers, Honorable President, takes into cognizance all the work that women do, including children, including those are actually formally employed. My call, Honorable President, is that governments also should ratify this particular convention because it takes a lot of cognizance in terms of all the problems that have been highlighted in the report, and also other instruments to protect the rights of workers, women and children who are in the world of work. Member states, after ratification, should then consider domestication to ensure implementation. For with implementation, then we can formulate evaluation and monitoring so that we see what will be happening. I know some countries in the region have already ratified and they have instruments, but political will to those who have not actually ratified is also key. So I'm appealing, and I humbly submit, Honorable President, that member states also ratify the several instruments, especially Convention 189 of the International Labour Organization. There is also a need to expand social protection programs and safety nets to female-headed households, child-headed households, and several other groupings as vulnerable groupings. Extension or introduction of free basic healthcare services so that we can actually assist in the revival of our own communities. Finally, COVID vaccination to all vulnerable groups, Honorable President, and to domestic workers, women are also an essential service. I want to thank you for this opportunity, Honorable President. Thank you.
Merci, chers collègues. Merci.
Thank you, Honorable, for your intervention. Is the Honorable from Lesotho ready?
Thank you, Honorable President.
Are they back on the line? Are they back online?
Yes, they are ready. May I kindly advise IT to mute Honorable Ritumetso Monaheng in order to reduce the echoes from the side of Lesotho so that Honorable Sita Musina can take the floor without those echoes. Thank you, Honorable President.
I'm not sure if I'm audible now. Am I audible, Mr. President?
Yes,
D'accord, nous vous entendons.
Yes, we do. You are audible.
Maintenant, il est devenu inaudible. Hein? Il est devenu inaudible.
It seems your mic is on mute.
No. I'm not sure. Okay. I think we are having problems. May I just skip this part while our IT solves it? Thank you very much, Mr. President.
She can try again.
Honorable Musina, you are requested to try again. IT requests that you try again.
Done.
Kindly unmute and.
No, she's okay. Let her speak.
Okay, don't
She's
unmute yourself.
speaker.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Ronzi. Thanks.
Voice to this report that's been ably presented. Adding on to the comments that have been presented by the previous speakers. I think this is a very, very important report which is fully supported because it now brings us to assess, understand, and analyze the criticality of women, since they're the ones that are mostly involved in unpaid care work. And it's very important that we as member parliaments, we take note of this, the challenges and the frustrations that women undergo by virtue of not being recognized and allowed to exercise their liberty in the economic space. If women are very much used to exercising their roles as women in the house, in the home, caring for their families, etc. But in the process, they are not remunerated. That is a frustration because culturally, the women themselves now, which is the item that I wanted to bring on board, the women themselves, we might find that we're actually discussing this issue right now, but since it's a socio-cultural problem, it's a socio-cultural norm that some of them might not necessarily want to be done away with because it is like their second skin. So as we deliberate on this issue, that it's really unfair on women to be exercising their role that for some of them really represents who they are, we should take cognizance of the fact that even if we need men to get engaged in the topic, to have men engaged and help us to have women remunerated in their spaces that they're working in, we might be facing challenges that we also need to be prepared for, and to enlighten the women and to enlighten the men alike that it's really all about engaging equally in the economic space. And this item, it's not really indicated in the report, or really emphasized in the report, that is one of the things that needs to be taken with in the recommendations that have been presented in the report. But however, we do understand the good message that is brought by the report, is the fact that as member parliaments, we also have to ensure that when we distribute funds, when we allow our nations to make use of the hard taxpayers' monies, we should make sure that it is done to reduce the burden on women, likes of roads, infrastructure that have been indicated in the report, accessible potable water, all those. It is really our responsibility as member parliaments to ensure that we ease the strain and the burden on women. And these are just my few remarks to the report, Mr. President. It's fully supported. Thank you very much.
Merci, chers collègues.
And thank you, Honorable. Thank you for your contribution. Are there no more interventions? Is there any other remark that anyone would like to bring to the floor? Were there two people, two members of the Lesotho delegation, or was it the only one? Is there another?
It was only one. It was only one, Honorable President.
Correct. Alors,
all right.
Il n'y a plus d'intervenants.
There are no more remarks or intervention, and I said that according to the concerns presented by Honorable Gulamali, the deliberations were concluded. So therefore, I put now question to the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement and Youth Development to be adopted. Are there any objections to this effect?
There's a hand from Zimbabwe. I'm not sure if it's a mistake, Honorable President, from Honorable Mpariwa. There's a hand that just shot up.
Yes, it's a hand up.
Honorable Mpariwa.
Yes, Honorable President.
Vous avez la parole, collègue.
To you the floor, Honorable Mpariwa.
Thank you, Honorable President. May I suggest that since all the reports were circulated in advance before this plenary session, that we may just focus on just the introduction, no announcement of the committee names, etc., because already we've gone through the reports. Then the chairpersons could just go through the recommendations so that we can take into consideration and we limit the time. And also let's stick to the 4 minutes and 10 minutes for presentation by the chairpersons. Thank you, Honorable President, if it pleases you.
Merci. Donc,
thank you, Honorable. If all the honorables are in agreement, we should go straight to the recommendations of the report.
Mais je crois que nous avions adopté le rapport, non?
I believe that we adopted the report, right? I believe that we adopted this report. Therefore, if we have to, should we really go back to the recommendation of this report?
Honorable President, there's a hand from Madagascar. I think we omitted for the Honorable mover to round up the motion and pronounce the adoption as a consensus, Honorable President. Thank you.
Collègue de Madagascar, vous avez la parole.
Honorable from Madagascar, you have the floor. Thank you, Honorable President. Since it's a very, very important theme for all of us, I would really have liked that other men would have expressed their support. Other men outside of you, of course, would have expressed more support. Unfortunately, there weren't too many voices, but I can see that there is a consensus, and therefore I move for the adoption of the report. Thank you, Honorable President. Thank you, Madam Secretary General. Thank you, all honorable on the call. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Gulamali. Are there any objections to the adoption of this report? I have been told that we should go to the recommendation.
Honorable President, if I may clarify, the point of order from Zimbabwe was for reports that will come after this adoption. The report was ably dealt with, and I believe it was a timing issue on the part of recognizing Zimbabwe to intervene. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All clarified. Thank you very much. Therefore, there are no objections for this report. Therefore, the report of the Standing Committee on Gender Equality, Women Advancement, and Youth Development has been duly adopted by this 49th plenary assembly. Thank you. We resume, and we still have 4 orders, 4 point of orders, and it will require of us a swift demeanor. We have to be really, really time conscious. As our colleague has suggested, we should introduce the report and we should go to the essence of the report, meaning that we should go to the recommendation and we should synthesize and summarize the reports. Are you all in agreement with this way of doing things for the rest of the orders of the day? Madam Secretary General.
Indeed, Honorable Speaker, I see agreement from Lesotho. I see a hand from Madagascar. I don't know if it's a mistake, Madagascar, or you'd like to intervene. You are muted, Honorable Messi. You are muted. IT, kindly unmute.
Merci, Madame la Secrétaire
Thank
Générale.
you, Madam Secretary General. I would like to formally apologize for leaving a little bit early because we have another concurrent engagement. We really would like to apologize formally. Thank you for your indulgence, Honorable. Would it be the whole team from Madagascar that is moving to the engagement? Yes, it is a National Assembly meeting regarding budget and finance laws. Thank you. We wish you fruitful deliberations. Madam Secretary General, let's go back to the methodology for the rest of the meeting. Should we proceed as suggested by the Honorable?
Indeed, Honorable President, it is progressive, and given the paucity of time, it is in order.
Merci.
Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you.
Alors, nous passons maintenant au troisième point.
Therefore, we are going to consider the third order of the day, and for this I will call upon Madam Secretary General to read the third order of the day.
Notice of motion of the report of the Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs. There's a hand from Zimbabwe.
Madame la Secrétaire.
There's a hand from Honorable Ndebele. I'm not sure if it's a point of order.
Madam Secretary General, we have had, Honorable President, we have had the benefit of going through this report, and we have noticed that there is an error in that at the very end of the report does not carry a prayer. So it will be self-defeating then if we ask the presenter to go straight to recommendations, because there are none to consider, if I may bring that to the attention of the House.
Oui. Alors, l'honorable Ndebele.
Honorable Ndebele, yes. I could not hear you. I'm sorry. Could you?
Honorable President, I will repeat myself again. We've just gone through this report, and it's noticeable that at the end of the report, there are no recommendations. Put differently, there is no prayer. What we have is a report comprising of preambles, so to put it.
Il peut nous donner une idée générale sur le rapport?
Now, could you give us a general idea of the report, and we may consider it one point after the other?
Honorable President, if I may come in as a point of order. At the end of the report, we were supposed to have recommendations stating that now, therefore, this plenary is expected to do A, B, C. That is missing. So materially, the report is defective.
C'est la présentation. Hein?
Is this a matter of presentation, if we may call it that way?
All due respect, it's a substantive matter because the plenary cannot apply its mind to non-existent recommendations.
Alors, il y a une partie de recommandations, mais
indeed, there is a recommendation part of it. But we do not really understand it. 4.10, a request to the Parliament. 5.5 is a recommendation. Implore.
Honorable President, yeah, okay. Honorable President, if I may.
Oui, vous avez la parole, Madame la Secrétaire Générale.
You have the floor, Madame SCG.
Yes, Honorable President, I wish to submit for your consideration that the tenor of the report does include recommendations, and therefore, if we can probably overlook the fact that there is no section for the prayer, but admit that in the substance of the recommendation, in the substance of the preamble, as indicated by Honorable Ndebele, there are recommendations. I believe that this report should be admitted for presentation, Honorable President. And in future, the uniformity of reports in that fashion will be duly considered.
D'accord, Madame la Secrétaire Générale.
Thank you. Dear Madam Secretary General, dear colleagues, I suggest that Honorable Rossi be allowed to present the report in a succinct manner. Thereafter,
yes, Honorable President, that is the import of my intervention, and I'm humbly recommending that the report, the prayer is the fact that the recommendation is that this plenary assembly do adopt the report of the plenary assembly. And in view of the fact that there's no rule or statutory provision which says that a report must have a recommendation for the plenary assembly, in other words, if that is not included, we should not discard a report on the basis of the fact that there's no resolution or recommendation. These are synonyms, in my view, Honorable President. Thank you.
Merci. Chers collègues, pour gagner du temps,
Thank you. Dear colleagues, in order to save time, I would like to invite Honorable Rosi Bistoke in order to present her motion. Honorable Bistoke on the report of the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Programs.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Point of order. Point of order.
respectez la procédure, madame. Vous allez présenter.
There's a point of order.
Oui, le respect de la procédure, oui.
Yes, indeed. You need to present the motion in your own name, and somebody needed to second the motion, and then you will take the floor once more. You may take the floor, Honorable.
Do I continue? Okay. Do I continue? Do I continue, Mr. President?
There's a point of order. My hand.
Mr. President, do I continue?
There is a point of order.
Allez-y, motion, oui.
Yes, you may take the floor, Honorable, for the point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is unfortunate that the Secretary General is advising that we proceed with the presentation of a report that simply has introductions or preamble. If you start from the ESCO report to the plenary, you will notice that each item that is being reported ends with recommendations that the plenary should note, that the plenary should take note of this, that the plenary should do this, that the plenary, you take the treasurer's report, the same, and all other reports. It's not a question of the rule, it's a question of precedent and practice. You cannot debate preambles where there are no recommendations. Mr. President, go through all the reports that have been given now. They end up with recommendations after each topic or subject matter for action by member parliaments. Very clear. Why should we depart from that, from those precedents? Practice. Even our reports in the House from parliamentary committees, they state what has happened and end up with some recommendations for action by the House. If we have not done our job to the best of our ability, we should simply say the report should be withdrawn. We cannot be party to a process that is wrong. No. This is a very important institution and we must respect its integrity. Mr. President, I appeal to you. If you notice, for example, the coming report after this one, the report on the Agency of Continuous Investments in Child Marriages in the COVID-19 context, you read that report, at the end, it says, now therefore, the joint session of standing committees of the SADC Parliamentary Forum recommended the following to the 49th plenary assembly of the forum. And there are 7 recommendations that we need to do as member parliaments. Why should we deviate from that?
Merci. En fait,
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think it's about the way the report has been drafted.
Mr. President, can I refer you to the rules? Can I refer you to the rules?
Oui. Oui, vous avez...
Yes, indeed.
C'est le président Moudoula, vous avez été...
Honorable President, if I may. Sorry. Before the Honorable Speaker takes the floor,
Oui, oui.
Okay,
vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Honorable President. I would like to indicate that I concede Honorable Speaker Mdenda is completely right. Indeed, every report must have recommendations. Procedurally, this is being addressed through some of the resolutions in the HSDP committee. And I defer to you, Honorable President, to indicate that we do take the recommendation that has been tabled that we must withdraw the report. I thank you.
Well, thank you very much, dear colleagues. Dear colleagues, let us agree. Is there an element in our rules that stipulates how reports should be presented? Do we have such a rule? Do we have a model of such a presentation, or rather a stipulation of how reports should be presented? Madam SG, would you please guide us on the matter? Is there a rule that can clarify the matter regarding the presentation of reports?
Thank you, Honorable President. As indicated, there is precedence. And therefore, the expectation is that the plenary does endorse the resolutions of each committee. It is practice. There is no format that is really set in stone. Thank you. But there is a precedence which can be taken as such in this regard. It's a difficult place I'm in, Honorable President. Maybe I should defer to the wisdom of the plenary assembly.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you. Dear colleagues, we have all listened that each report should end with recommendations for the plenary. And we have a few recommendations. On page number 4, on point 5.4.10, it's a recommendation. On the same page, point 5.5 is also a recommendation. On page 5, 6.9 is also a recommendation. I have noted these recommendations. However, it's an issue of format. I therefore propose that we receive the report and amend it accordingly. To receive it, to examine the report, and also bring amendments. If you are in agreement so as to save time.
We have 3 hands from Angola, Botswana, and Namibia.
Namibia.
Angola, Botswana,
L'Angola,
and
vous
Namibia.
avez la parole.
Okay.
Angola, you have the floor.
Muito obrigada, Senhor Presidente. Senhor Presidente.
Thank you very much, Honorable President, honorable members from SADC Parliamentary Forum. I would like to also say that I fully agree for the presentation, that the presentation of the document did not follow the practice on these matters in relation to reports submitted to plenary for adoption. Therefore, the document was presented and discussed. It appears to me it is not fair that we simply withdraw the document. It appears that the 49th Plenary Assembly should take into account, should take note of this report and propose that this report is transferred to the next plenary assembly to be duly presented as is the practice in order to be adopted then. This is our position in relation to this document. I thank you.
Alors, la traduction doit suivre, hein? Chers collègues, les interprètes, la tradition, l'interprétation doit suivre. Les interprètes.
Dear colleagues, we did not hear the complete contribution of the colleague from Angola. Dear interpreters, thank you.
Interpretation kindly relay, or should Angola take the floor again, Honorable President? Maybe it's better. Do we have interpretation?
We have interpreting. I interpreted into English. I don't know if there was interpreting into Portuguese by that time.
Or French. The Honorable
Angola is
President
going to repeat. Angola is going to repeat its intervention.
Okay, thank you.
The idea is that I consider that the honorable member, Mudenda, is fully right to say that the document should not be adopted, because definitely there is a practice by the SADC Parliamentary Forum in relation to adoption of documents. This document did not follow this procedure. I consider that it should not be adopted. Yes, I agree. However, this document was discussed during our meeting. It was presented and discussed. Therefore, we think that the 49th Plenary Assembly should take note of the document and propose that this document is submitted to the next Plenary Assembly following the normal procedures practiced at the SADC Parliamentary Forum. This is our position because effectively the document was presented, we discussed it. Therefore, it would not be fair if we do not make a reference to it and to simply withdraw the document. I hope this message has been sent across so that the colleagues can understand our position. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. The colleague from Botswana, you may take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. My name's Dumelang Saleshando, Member of Parliament in Botswana. Mr. President, I tend to agree with what you observed earlier, that even though there is no heading saying recommendations, when you read the entire document, you get a clear sense of what the proposals that are being put forward for our adoption and noting. The document talks about the model law that needs to be domesticated by our different countries. I think that those are things that we need to pick up. The monitoring of the adoption, the performance of our countries in certain areas are clearly highlighted in the report. So rather than stick with the technicality, that the practice is that there should be a heading saying recommendations, and that if we don't see that, we will not adopt it. I think we are missing an opportunity to make progress, because this committee has met. In fact, they state that they met twice, and they are clearly, we read the entire document without looking for a particular heading saying recommendations. There's a lot for us to take home, to note, and monitor implementation in our respective countries. So I strongly suggest that let's adopt this report as is. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. The colleague from Namibia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. Ripakuye Muharukwa from Namibia again. We, as a Namibian caucus, tend to agree with the President and the colleague from Botswana who just spoke. We happen to think that the issues relating to whether or not recommendations are there are as a matter of presentation. And that brings one, as of course a new caucus as we all are, to a question of as to when the appropriate time is to actually raise an objection to the content of a document that has not even started being discussed yet. With that, one wants to humbly perhaps state or dare to think that the appropriate manner in which we can deal with this issue is that the mover must move, it must be seconded and be discussed. And after it is discussed, and the format perhaps, or after such motion is moved, and we realize that indeed there are no recommendations as visible, then we do not adopt, and we rather opt to do what is suggested by the Honorable colleague from Angola. So in a nutshell, Honorable President, Honorable members, is that we are starting to discuss the content in the format of the report, which report as yet has not been moved. That is the difficulty that we are sitting with. But we, all in all, we tend to, on a substantive issue, we tend to agree with the President that perhaps the recommendations are not couched as they should or as desired or as practice would be, that we don't hasten to disregard because we are new to the forum as such as a caucus, or the members of the caucus, but we tend to agree that what the contents that are being discussed should rather be discussed after the motion has been moved, and we can take we can then say no, refer the matter back to the committee to couch the recommendations differently, or we can amend it here as we tried to do in the previous motion with regards to the issue of a model law. Thank you very much, Mr. President, honorable members.
Merci, merci, cher.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. There was a colleague from Madagascar that wished to take the floor, or rather, Botswana. Are you still there, Botswana? You may take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought, my name is Pandus Karamani. I thought it is not surprising that we get documents in various forums, in various formats. The document, as you observed, does carry clear recommendations, which we are supposed to affirm, to withdraw a document on the basis of some formality not having been followed would be, to me, most unfortunate. I think we should allow the committee to present this document, which in my view can be adopted, because it is rich in what it proposes. And I don't think it will be proper for us just to withdraw it on the basis that there is no formality of a phrase saying recommendations. I thank you.
Merci, collègue.
Thank you, dear colleague, for this contribution.
There's another hand from Namibia, Honorable President.
Namibie. Ok, Namibie, vous avez la parole, collègue.
Namibia, you have the floor.
This is Philippus Video Catamelo.
Merci, Philippe Catamelo de la Namibie.
Et de Namibie. I was just saying, as a footnote, I think it's also imperative that we get these documents beforehand. And if there are those administrative shortcomings that has been highlighted, I'm sure as SADC, as Africans, as brotherhood people, we can inform each other, and then along those lines, create the spirit of Ubuntu. It's an administrative error, it's whatever, and then we help each other along those lines in the spirit of what we want to achieve and what we want and to achieve the secretariat. Nobody is ever good not to err, and nobody is ever too good not to have a flaw on himself. So I submit.
There's another hand from Lesotho, from the Honorable Speaker.
Vous avez la parole, cher collègue. Il y a la RDC qui demande aussi la parole.
The floor is yours. And after that, we will have an honorable from DRC that will take the floor. Lesotho.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. We have spent a lot of time on a very simple issue. Am I coming in clear, Honorable President?
Très bien, très bien.
Very good.
Am I
Very
coming
well.
in clear?
Very well. We can hear you clearly.
Good. My submission, Mr. President, is that we have this report before us. And every report that is before us is either for us to note or for us to adopt. So in the event that we believe that there are no clear recommendations, we can take note of the report because the report is there already. But if we think the recommendations are there, but not clearly spelled out, we can adopt the report. So whichever way we do, we will be saving the time and the labor the people took to deliberate on this issue. So let us use those two, one of those avenues available to us in order to lay to rest this matter. Thank you, Mr. President.
Oui, l'Angola et puis la RDC.
Angola and then DRC. Honorable from Angola, the floor is yours.
Oui, collègue, vous avez la parole.
Senhor Presidente, da parte de Angola, a
Mr.
questão
Chair, from the side of Angola, I think this matter has been done with. There are sufficient opinions for us to take a position. But we have to take into account that the Secretary General had already said previously that, in fact, the document ought to be withdrawn in order to be improved. If the Secretary General has already recognized that, in fact, there is a procedure that hasn't been complied with, I don't understand why there are colleagues that think that the document ought to be adopted. So, in any case, the plenary
liberal e sabe o que
is
tem.
liberal, and the plenary knows what to decide. But on our side, our opinion has already been pronounced, and that's it.
Thank you for your intervention, Honorable. Madam Secretary General has formulated the fact that she is putting this to the appreciation of the plenary assembly, and she will respect the wisdom coming from the plenary. We will yield the floor to the Honorable Ntumba. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable President. When it comes to the interventions and the concerns expressed, we can see that the majority is saying that we should not withdraw this report because it would duplicate the effort. We know that recommendations might not have been explicitly laid out, but there are recommendations, and we have to take into the consideration that Madam Secretary General is putting this to the appreciation of the 49th Plenary Assembly. For my part, I believe that we should keep this report, but that we should just clarify whatever needs to be clarified. Thank you. Would there be another person, another objection, or another remark? If there are no more contribution, we have two currents, and one of them would want the report to be simply
There's a
withdrawn.
hand from Zimbabwe. Before you round up, Honorable President, the hand just went up.
Okay, Zimbabwe, vous avez la parole.
Zimbabwe, the floor is yours, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Only yesterday, when an order, was it order number 6, I think, was put forward on a motion, and what was read by the honorable member from Seychelles indicated that, in fact, the motion before the House was incongruent or not in agreement with what was being read or put forward before the House. And only yesterday we agreed that the mover should withdraw the motion so that it complies with the observations that we had made. And the order number 6 was withdrawn accordingly so that the mover would then come up with a correct motion that spoke to the item on the order paper. Only yesterday, we've forgotten that. Secondly, we are not disputing the good work that has been done by the committee. What we are saying is we have Rule 30, which is very clear. When you read subsection 2 and 3 together, you'll notice that it is possible for a motion to be withdrawn by a mover, subject to amendments. And that withdrawn motion can be presented again in the correct form. Let us read our rules carefully. Rule 30, subsection 2 and 3, speak to the concerns that we are raising, Mr. President. We are not saying throw away the whole report. We are saying follow the rules. It can be retabled again, but with the correct presentation. We don't deal with the implied recommendations in a preamble to a motion. It doesn't happen. Even within SADC itself, of heads of state and government, a motion is there before, and then there's a decision that has to be taken. And that decision becomes part and parcel of the action to be taken by the SADC summit through its appropriate organs. This is the precedent. This is the practice. And it's not written anywhere in the rules of the SADC summit that there must be an introduction of the subject, and then in the end call for a decision to be brought before the summit and a decision made. And these decisions are numbered accordingly at the SADC summit of heads of state and government. So we are not disputing the effort that has been put, but we are simply saying let us be procedural in terms of Rule 30, subsection 2 and 3 when read together. And I think the Secretary General can assist in the interpretation of that rule.
Encore un intervenant?
Will there be other interventions? If there are none, would Madam the Secretary General be willing to take 2, 3, or even 5 minutes to consult our rules of procedure regarding the requirements pertaining to the formats? And if you need 5 minutes, we could just give you the time for you to consult, because Honorable Speaker Mudenda has spoken about Rule 30. So you may have 5 minutes just to consult the rules of procedures. Could we do that? Could we do that? I'm asking the August Assembly and Madam Secretary General just to consult the rules of procedures. Are we in agreement, dear Honorable? Can you all hear me? Can you all hear me?
Raise our hand.
No.
Botswana, oui.
Yes, Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Of course, it is a good thing to always consult. For my part, I am at a loss to understand what the consultation is about. Nobody will present in this report has said they want to withdraw it to put it up later. We have anticipated the report. We are trying to anticipate this report being put to the House. That is what we're trying to do. And I'm saying that is out of order. You can't do that. Even the Honorable Speaker of Zimbabwe, Abu Denda, read the order which I was trying to read to buttress this point. I don't find it relevant. We are trying to anticipate and block the presentation of a report. I don't think we are entitled to do that. Let the report be presented. Then if there are any issues, any flaws, by all means, they can be raised. Not before. I don't think we should spend more time asking the Secretary General, who has said to you, Mr. President, she leaves the matter into your good hands and the wisdom of the PF Assembly. That is what I think we should do. Thank you, sir.
Merci, collègue. Entendu, collègue. Merci.
All right, Honorable. Point taken. The Honorable from Lesotho wanted to say something. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. I simply wish to reiterate what the previous speaker has just stated, that maybe we're anticipating this issue was raised because the understanding is we should have read the report and understood or saw if there are any recommendations or not. But maybe if we wait for the presenter to actually take us through the points, because for myself, when I'm looking through it, I can clearly see some of the recommendations. And if the report is withdrawn, it is definitely going to affect some of the requests that have been made by the mover. So may we please allow them to make the presentation, and then we deduce from there if really this report is not usable. I'm also looking at the report that has just been presented, the Gay-wide report, and really it does not have, it's not stated anywhere the word recommendations, but we have adopted the report based on the recommendations in codes that have been made with the report. So I kindly request, Honorable Speaker, that we allow the mover to take us through the report. I thank you.
Merci. Encore un intervenant? Non. C'est fini?
Are there any more interventions?
There's a hand from Seychelles.
Mr. Speaker.
Le collègue de Seychelles, vous avez la parole.
Oui, Monsieur le Président,
Yes, Honorable President.
Rosie Bistoke from Seychelles. I will agree with the last speaker, last two speakers, and in fact, the whole congregation that has discussed on this matter, because we have to understand that the proceedings, according to what was said, the proceedings of the motion of yesterday was in contradiction to the presentation of the report. This has been a mistake. We have corrected it this morning. But compared to this discussion, this is a different issue. And the speakers have spared their times, my dear colleagues, right throughout the weekends, Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. And we have spared our weekends instead of working for other issues for us to attend this plenary assembly. And I propose that we move ahead with the reports that has been and will be presented by all the reporters, and then adopt it accordingly, even though there are no final recommendations for the plenary as well, because there are some reports that have highlights and affirmation based on the meetings of the different committees. So therefore, I do accept that we go ahead with the recommendations, with the reports, that at least we will sort of finalize the report for this final plenary discussion. Thank you very much.
OK, chers collègues, merci.
Thank you, dear honorables. All right. There are two school of thoughts here. And let us keep our cool. Some want to keep to kick the report out of the format it has, and some want the report to be presented. And I would say this school of thought, the last school of thought, has more voices behind it. So I would like to ask to my honorable speaker, Jacob Mudenda, and to the honorable speaker from Angola, please let us respect the fact that the report should be presented, and then we can discuss its content and its format. Let us not discuss about the content and the format before we can even delve into the report. Let's accept that the report may be presented to us, and then at objection level, we can see who wants to reject, who wants to object, who wants to adopt. But if we just outright dismiss it, we might create a problem. It might be true that there would not be any recommendations in the report, but it's true. I agree that there should be an introduction, a body of the text, recommendations, and resolutions. True. But we cannot say that before even reading it or being presented the report. And we can judge of the need to have recommendations after being presented with it. Let us just proceed. Let us listen to the presentation, and then let us dispute the content and the format. Let us not outrightly reject this report, because this could be detrimental to us, because there might be other reports that follow suit, and we might just outright reject them. And it would hamper our work. Please, honorables, let us just go through with the presentation and deal with the objections afterwards. I plead with you. Are we in agreement? Is there anyone who would like to outright to say no outright, or should we just, can we? I will call upon Honorable Rosie Bistoke.
How do we take?
Oh, the Honorable Mudenda would like to speak.
Thank you, Honorable President. The founding fathers of SADC PF, in their wisdom, put a clause about withdrawal of motion. And in that clause, they clearly state how it can be done, first, why it can be done, and how it can be done. Now, if this were not so, why do we have this Rule 30 about withdrawal of motions? Why do we have that rule? Why don't we respect our rules? It's not a question of liking. No. It's not a question of majority. No. It's a question of following the rules that were crafted by this august house. And this is constitutionalism. This is constitutionalism. And the rule of law. And the rule of law. There's nothing harmful, nothing is meant to create some disrespect for the mover or disrespect for the committee. Nothing at all is there. The committee members are respected. What they've done is respected, but we have to be guided by the rules of procedure. And just to read subsection 2, a motion or an amendment of the motion may be withdrawn at the request of the mover by leave of the House or committee before the question is put. Before the question is put. Now, Mr. President, you want to put the question that if there are any objection, and the rule says before the question is put. We cannot put the question when it says the motion can be withdrawn before the question is put by the chair, including asking for objections when you put the question.
Posée, c'est celle-ci. Est-ce que la règle du retrait de la motion, ça s'applique avant ou après?
My question would be the following. The withdrawal of the motion, is it applicable before the presentation of the report or after the presentation of the report? That's my question. You have the rules in front of you. I don't have them.
My hand is up.
Président, donnez la parole.
Hein?
Non, non.
C'est cher.
Il a acheté. Il faut dire au
Botswana.
Botswana, patientez que le président Mudende me donne la réponse.
Botswana, I would like for Honorable Speaker Mudenda to address my concern. Would the rule of procedure of this the Constitution apply before or after the presentation of the motion?
Before the presentation, as long as the motion is on the order paper.
Alors, qui demande le retrait? Les motionnaires ou une contre-motion?
Who requests for the withdrawal? Is it the person moving for the motion, or is it anyone that would present, how to say it, a counter motion? Is there a specific person?
Honorable President, it is the mover. But if you want the mover to move the motion, you can allow, provided in the end, we agree that a final decision is made through consensus. Because in our rules, there's no room for majority or minority vote, as you had suggested.
Je passe la parole aux Seychelles, Namibie et Botswana.
I will give the floor to Seychelles, Namibia, and Botswana.
Honorable President, we also have a hand from Lesotho, from Mozambique, and Namibia. And earlier on, the Honorable Speaker from South Africa had raised a hand before all the hands went up. So we have South Africa, we have Lesotho, Mozambique, Namibia, Botswana, and yes, in that way, yeah.
Et puis Afrique du Sud qui n'ont pas encore parlé. La parole est au collègue de Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Botswana, you have the floor.
My name, as I said, is Pandus Kelemani. I don't like having to take the floor ever so often. It's not in my nature. But honestly speaking, I am at a loss as to what rule we have offended. I'm at a total loss. And I wish somebody can tell me which rule we have offended and in what way. The wisdom of SADC does not come anywhere into play in this discussion. SADC has not put for the SADC Parliamentary Forum any rule which it can be suggested now that we have broken. The rules of procedure, which are going to be accord with common sense, is that you hear somebody out and then you can rule. You don't rule them out before you hear them. That's basic common sense to me. So you ought to allow the mover the opportunity to move their motion. Then, as you indicated, Mr. President, the mover can then say, for whatever reason, he or she wants to withdraw. And then it will be up to us to say whether or not we agree. Because if the motion has been moved and we think it makes sense, and the mover wants to, for some reason, we don't agree with, then I think we are entitled to disagree with the mover even then. Those are the rules. Same as in our parliaments, I'm sure. So, you had, I thought, Mr. President, ruled or suggested quite nicely that we should allow the mover. Then in the end, we decide that whether we note or we adopt the report, subject of course to the right of that mover to try to withdraw. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, collègue. Collègue de l'Afrique du Sud.
Thank you, dear colleague from South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. President. The topic before us is important, but we have spent almost an hour deliberating on this matter. And I do think that one, it demonstrates that the SADC Parliamentary Forum is democratic and we want to take decisions the right way. But I would actually urge that we tread with caution, because spending an hour deliberating whether we want a report or we do not want a report is not in the interest of the region. Initially, I thought I would go with the speaker from Zimbabwe and say, if there are no recommendations, I do not know what we are going to do. But I tend to say that we should allow for this report to be presented to us, for us to then deliberate which direction we wish to take it. Whether we want to say we are not adopting it and we are referring it back to that committee, or whether we say that we think that as per the French version, maybe, Mr. President, there are recommendations that are in there. In my experience, sometimes at this forum, the French and the English versions do not always give you the same sense of what is entailed in the report. So I would say let us find each other between the two positions. Let us then do justice by listening to the report and then allowing us to then refer it back or to adopt it. For me, that would be the best option, Mr. President. The other alternative, Mr. President, is for you to actually rule on the matter and put this matter paid. Thank you.
Merci, cher collègue. Les Seychelles.
Thank you, dear colleague, Seychelles.
Mr. President, my hands was not raised. My hands was not raised. Mr. President, I've completed my intervention. Yeah.
La Namibie qui avait demandé la parole, je crois.
I guess it's Namibia then that asked for the floor. Namibia, you have the floor.
Honorable President, Vipakuya Muharuka from Namibia. Rule 30 speaks of two things, Honorable President: a notice of motion and a motion. In either event, it is the discretion of the mover to withdraw the motion. That is now in absence of Rule 27 of our rules. Now, what we are dealing with here at this stage is the notice of motion. We seek the withdrawal of a notice of motion by the mover who he himself or herself has not requested such. That discretion is at this point in time still in that person's discretion. That's one. Two, the basis of our request for withdrawal is actually the content of the motion. Without that content or the motion being before us, what we have currently is the motion, is the notice of motion. The consensus, or I believe, and the speaker, the Right Honorable Speaker of the Zimbabwean Parliament, Advocate Mundenda, is quite correct. We should shy away from using the word majority because it shuns consensus. the consensus that is being sought and the prayer that we advance to the speaker or the individuals or the honorable members who raised the point of order is for them to join the chorus of the consensus, if that, for a lack of a better phrase, so that we can hear the motion, so that through presentation we can indeed gauge whether there are clear recommendations. If it isn't, through debate we express as such, and then the mover of the motion accordingly withdraws the motion, which is now the report, withdraws the report, goes and amend it and bring it back, or we adopt it with amendments. So what we are seeking now is the withdrawal of a notice of motion, and it is not at the instance of the mover. As such, as a Namibian caucus, Honorable Speaker, we seek and we implore the honorable members to allow the mover of the motion to move his motion for us to consider. Thank you very much.
Merci, chers collègues.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Mozambique.
La Mozambique.
Muito obrigada, Senhor Presidente.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. Mozambique would like to join the colleagues who agree that the motion should be tabled. We went through the rules of procedure. We did not find any mention that says that the motion should not be presented. After presentation of the motion, we will take a decision to adopt it or not. In order to simplify, we would like to suggest Your Excellency, Honorable President, in order to proceed with the meeting by giving the floor so that the mover can table the motion. Thank you very much.
Merci, collègues. Je crois qu'on peut s'arrêter là. Hein? Les collègues de Lesotho, vous avez la parole.
The colleague from Lesotho, you have the floor.
Mr. President, after all those interventions,
Monsieur le Président,
I don't want to repeat what other people have said. So I'm covered, please. Thank you.
Merci, cher collègue. Merci, cher collègue.
thank you very much, dear colleagues. May I please request that we exercise prudence, and because the mover of motion withdraws the motion, and because we have an issue of consensus, let us rather listen to the report that Honorable Rossi Bistoquet is presenting to us, and thereafter we can examine it and decide thereupon. I will not give anyone the floor any longer. I do not want to impose myself. However, we need to save time. Honorable Rosie, you may present the motion on the report. You therefore have the floor, Honorable Rosie. Honorable Rossi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to move that this plenary assembly do adopt the report on Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Projects to the 49th Plenary Assembly virtual session on SADC Parliamentary Forum. I move the motion in my name. Thank you.
Elle a parlé. Adopter la motion.
Merci. Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui soutient la motion?
Thank you very much. Does anyone second the motion? Is there a seconder?
Qui soutient la motion, chers collègues? Elle a parlé, elle. Hein?
Elle a sollicité le soutien de la motion. Zimbabwe.
Honorable President, there's a hand from Zimbabwe.
Oui, honorable président.
Yes, Honorable. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. I second the motion.
Merci pour le soutien à la motion.
Thank you very much for seconding the motion. I give back the floor to Honorable Rosie Bistoke in order for her to present the report to us. Honorable, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Standing Committee on the Human and Social Development and Special Projects, guided by its mandate in terms of the Rule 42D of the SADC PF Rules of Procedures, held virtual meetings on Friday, 16th April 2021 and on Monday, 31st May 2021, respectively. The credentials: the Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Projects held 2 virtual meetings, and in both meetings, the attendance of the members reached the required quorum. As introduction, the SADC PF Standing Committee on Human and Social Development and Special Projects held a meeting on Friday, 16th April 2021, and another on Monday, 31st of May 2021. This report, therefore, covers the deliberations and resolutions of both meetings. Honorable Berta Ndebele, the chairperson and the officially opened the meetings and welcomed the original and national responses to the COVID-19 pandemic. She, however, stressed that this should not negate the fight against HIV and AIDS, tuberculosis, TB, malaria, and other communicable diseases. The advocacy against gender-based violence was also encouraged to continue. With reference to the annual report of the second year of implementation of the phase 2 of the Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights and HIV, AIDS, and the Governance Project 2020-2021, they achieved the objectives of the project in spite of challenges of COVID-19. Furthermore, she applauded the decision of the SADC PF's Regional Parliamentary Models Laws Oversight Committee of the Forum to monitor the domestication of the SADC model laws by obtaining inferior data. In this regard, the committee had to consider and approve the scorecard, which would be used to obtain information regarding the domestication of the SADC PF model law on child marriage. I will go to the annual report. Whereas the committee received a presentation on the annual report for the second year of implementation of the second phase of the Sexual Reproductive Health and Rights, HIV, AIDS, and Governance Project 2021, which was presented by Ms. Pamela Nyika, the project's monitoring and evaluation consultant. The presentation was complemented by the briefing on the finances of the project by Mr. Raj Kambal, the project accountant. It has to be noting with satisfaction that the project, in accordance with the work plan, convened a number of regional meetings by virtual means, such as the Gender in Renewable Energy, that was done on the 15th of September 2020, joint sessions of the RPMLOC and RWPC on the 25th of September 2020, sexual reproductive health and rights researchers orientation, which was done on the 27th to 28th of January 2021, Committee of Clerks sessions 5th to the 6th of March 2021, and the sexual reproductive health and rights researchers budget analysis, which was done on the 1st of October 2020. We're further welcoming the programs made regarding the development of the model law on public finance management and gender-based violence, and expressing support for the finalization. We had appreciation for the SADC PF's guidelines on COVID-19 to the national parliaments that enabled continuity into the implementation of the project and other activities. We also acknowledge the important contribution that the electronic and print media is making towards the achievement of the objectives of the project, and urging the continuation of this in order to enhance the popularization of the sexual reproductive health and rights agenda. We also applauded the national parliaments, the SADC PF Secretariat, and all the stakeholders of the SADC PF's sexual reproductive health and rights, AIDS, and governance projects for a good performance in spite of the formidable implementation challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. We also acknowledged the significant progress made regarding the campaign to freely provide sanitary pads for the girl child across the SADC region, and urging that this scaled up to ensure that the pads meet the hygiene and comfort requirements of the end users. We also encouraged the continuation of the good coordination and collaboration between the Office of the Secretary General, national parliaments, and the researchers, which was instrumental in obtaining the remarkable project performance. This is important for the sustainability of the project. So we also welcomed the interest expressed by Madagascar to join the implementation of the projects, and encouraging other parliaments to formally join suit as the project may be extended by a further 2 years. We also called on parliaments to enable the committee to undertake exchange visits to different countries to share experiences and learn from best practices, and once the travel restrictions across the region are being lifted. We go to number 5, which is about the scorecard, deconstructing the SADC model law on child marriage and protecting children already in marriage of 2016. The committee appreciated the presentation received from Mr. Boemo Sogema, the Secretary General, on the scorecard, which is aimed to monitor the domestication of the SADC law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage. So the highlighting of this particular topic was that the proposed scorecard will seek to ascertain countries, that is number 5.6, countries' performance regarding important aspects such as legal recognition of the rights of the child and parental responsibility, prohibition of child betrothal and marriage, and the existence and effectiveness of punitive measures to deter perpetrators. Secondly, prohibition of child betrothal. Thirdly, existence and implementation of practical measures and intervention to prevent child marriage. D, that is number 4, mitigation measures against the effects of child marriage, intervention to protect children already in marriage which may be placed. I've missed the other one, which is the existence and implementation of practical measures and interventions to prevent child marriage. And the last but not least, availability of information and monitoring and evaluation system to place in place to ensure the protection of children. The committee affirms that the objectives of the scorecards initiative is not necessarily ranked and compare countries' performances, but rather to monitor the regional progress being made and to collectively address any domestication challenges that may be encountered. We are also aware that the SADC has a scorecard system to monitor its own processes over which the SADC PF has no control or monitoring the mandate, and that the forum therefore needed to design its own system that would focus on the model laws. We also implored the relevant ministries into the SADC member states, SADC member parliaments, sexual reproductive health and rights researchers, and all other national and regional stakeholders to support the domestication and monitoring of the model laws. Last but not least, Mr. President, we confirmed that the committee considered and approved the scorecard and recommended and that it be presented to the RPM LOC for final approval and transmitted to the national parliaments. Mr. President, I do beg to move this motion for debates and furthermore for further approval. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, thank you.
Merci, merci, honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Rossi Bistoke, for this brilliant and brief presentation. I would like now to allow Honorable Paulina Pariwa to take the floor, who would like to support and to second the motion. Honorable Pariwa, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. I rise to support the motion on the report of the Human and Social Development and Special Programs Committee, ably moved by the Honorable Chair of the committee. Honorable President, let me add my voice to the issues that have been raised by the mover of this particular motion. Honorable President, I would like to applaud the efforts by the SADC Parliamentary Secretariat to successfully implement the Sexual Reproductive and Health Rights, HIV/AIDS, and Governance Project. The project is registering a number of positive impacts in the region, despite challenges posed by the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic. Honorable President, it is also worthwhile to mention that the media through the digital platforms has played a significant role towards the achievement of the project. For the past 1 year, most of the activities of the project were being carried out through online engagements. Honorable President, it is pleasing to note that the forum has endeavored to formulate a scorecard system that will assist to track performance regarding the different aspects of the model law on child marriages. And this has come to at the right time, considering that the region is still to check the domestication of the law by member states. Using the scorecard, members will be able to monitor the progress in the domestication and implementation of the model law by member states. Allow me, Honorable President, to support and second this very important motion as moved by the Honorable Chair. I thank you for this opportunity.
Merci, chers collègues.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. After this comment to the motion, I would like to submit this report for debate. Colleagues who would like to debate upon this report should indicate so by raising their hands. At the same time, may I remind you that for accuracy of record keeping, you should always mention the name of your country and your own name. Every time you take the floor, you only have 4 minutes to take the floor or just to express yourself. Thank you.
Qui? Zimbabwe? Hein? Pardon? Pardon? Mais je vois Zimbabwe là.
Non, 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 non. Ça, c'est le micro.
La messe est en jaune.
Alors, chers collègues, il n'y a pas d'intervention?
Honorable, no intervention, no contribution.
Honorable President, we have 2 hands. There's a hand from Namibia delegation. We also have another hand from Zimbabwe, Honorable Anile Ndebele. We have another hand from Angola, from Honorable Maria Nascimento. We also have another hand from Zimbabwe. I'm not able to see it clearly. From the delegation of Zimbabwe, Honorable Anile Ndebele. We have Namibia delegation, Honorable Angola. We also have another hand from South Africa. I hope I've seen them all.
Merci.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Madam Secretary General. So, Honorable Anile Ndebele from Zimbabwe, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable President. I just want to take you to the introduction of that report. If I may quote, it reads, "This report therefore covers the deliberations and resolutions of both meetings. As we have noted before, the resolutions are not expressly stated in that report. Therefore, we kindly request or ask the Secretariat to polish that report so that its resolutions are expressly stated. As things stand, the plenary has nothing to adopt. That's my quick submission, Honorable President. Thank you.
Merci, chers collègues.
Thank you, Honorable.
J'espère que bien
I hope that the Secretariat took note of the intervention.
We did, Honorable President.
Merci. Le collègue de la Namibie.
Our colleague from Namibia, Honorable, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable President. I think one would have to apologize. Being a newbie, one would have thought you would sit and learn first, but it seems we are finding ourselves in the midst of things. Nonetheless, Honorable Members, Honorable President, my question is
There are a
perhaps...
lot of echo on the Honorable's line. We have difficulty in understanding.
My question is perhaps more directed, or my intervention is perhaps more of a question directed to the mover. Having actually now heard the motion and having the actual content of the motion, I note from the content thereof that what the committee really here is doing here is progressing or reporting progress as to the plenary. And this intervention is perhaps rooted in what the Right Honorable Speaker of Lesotho, if I'm correct, said earlier, that the plenary has an opportunity to adopt or to take note. If we are to adopt, in my considered view, would then be a report like the ones that we've considered before that are prescriptive, that are telling us as countries to venture into specific things to reach the objectives of that specific report. But what I'm noting from this report, it's rather a report that is being laid before the plenary for note-taking and for us, and then reporting progress to the plenary. So my question is therefore that perhaps the mover may clarify or inform us as to what they're actually seeking from the plenary. Do you seek for the plenary to take note of the report and move on, debate it and move on, or do you seek the adoption, well, and I suppose adopt it and move on? Or is it a report that you have specific recommendations that you seek for us as nations to implement in our countries? I happen to think or note that it's perhaps the former, but you can clarify that. Thank you very much.
Merci, cher collègue.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Maria from Angola, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Excellency, President of the Forum, Madam Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Honorables, and good afternoon to all, Mr. Chair of the Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola. I would like, first of all, to congratulate the proponents of the motion, and I would like to agree with the report, which reflects what was discussed during the meetings of the standing committees with the participation of the social partners. I believe that the report should be adopted by the 49th Plenary Assembly. Thank you very much.
Merci. Les collègues de l'Afrique.
Honorable from South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. President. The report clearly deals with two serious issues. One, it takes us back to the discussion we had earlier on marital laws. For us as women in SADC and women in this continent, the issues of sovereignty are important, but the issues of the safety of women, of equality, of poverty, of violence against women and children is more important to us. So the issue issues of model laws for us has always meant that SADC actually is not interested in interfering with each country's sovereignty. We as women in this region are more interested in reaching a minimum standards at the laws which will protect us as women and children across the region. And for that, I want to support the report. The report also deals with child marriages, a very contentious report across Africa and across the world. I think that the report has not gone far enough to actually be prescriptive on the support and on the stand of the region against child marriages. But I do want to say that on those two bases, Honorable Chairperson, I support this report. And perhaps it does need a little bit more of clarifying what we need to do as different countries in SADC. But on those two, I do support the report on behalf of South Africa. Thank you very much.
Merci, chers collègues.
Thank you, Honorable. Are there any other honorable members that would like to take the floor?
I do not see any hands, Honorable President. Oh, there's a hand from Angola, Honorable President, from Honorable Ruth Mendes.
D'accord, collègue Mendes, vous avez la parole.
Honorable Mendes, the floor is yours.
Estou sim. Muito obrigada, Senhor Presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. After the presentation of the report, as a short while ago, the Namibian MP, Honorable Dis, in fact, the document demonstrates which is more informative than something to be put for adoption in this plenary. I'm going to go back to what I made reference to in my previous interventions. We can take note of the report, and if we have to adopt it, it would be on a subsequent opportunity. We believe it contains subject matter rather important, associated and opportune and applicable to our reality. TB, HIV, equality, gender equality, these are very important matters. And we can't just walk by them and adopt them. No, this document, very much for the fact that the subjects contained therein ought to be improved for adoption. What is at hand is not the adoption, it is the manner in which the document is presented. And if we adopt it as it is, I think that we are going to lose. We would gain more if we allow some time for the proponents to improve the document. Because I believe that there are some limitations in the document, and at such time we could then approve the document. This is my position. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mendes. Are there any other contribution? Since there are no more contribution, I will now call upon Honorable Bistoke to respond and address the concerns that have been expressed by the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The concerns have been noted. It has to be stated or expressed clearly that the report includes or harmonizes different areas in terms of the model laws to protect the women and the girls into the SADC region, and of course the child marriage. And at the same time, the report or the committee introduced certain measures, especially in regards to monitoring and evaluation measures to ensure that these indicators are being implemented fully, or wherever there are any mishap, then we can go back to the subjects. The other thing is that it is critical, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, that it is the plenary assembly does not only the reports, it has to adopt the reports that are tabled under Rule 6.3, whether they are recommendations, resolutions, or nothing to the effect. So therefore, I still submit the report for approval by the plenary session. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, chers collègues.
Thank you, Honorable, for addressing the concerns. The mover has therefore addressed the concerns. I believe that debates are now concluded. So I put the question that the report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Social Development, and Special Programs be adopted concerning, or rather with amendments to be made, with the relevant amendments to be made. I asked Madam Secretary General to take note of the interventions. So with all amendments that have been mentioned, Zimbabwe wants to say something.
Mr. President, if I read your mind correctly, although the mover was not explicit, but I read your mind very correctly, which is taking into account what South Africa said, what Namibia said, and also what Angola said. It is very critical, for example, when you talk about early modern law on early marriage, child marriages, would have loved to see a resolution which calls upon member parliaments to indicate how far the member parliaments have gone in ensuring that the scourge of early marriage challenges is being addressed by our parliaments, and whether or not the existing laws have taken into account the early child modern law, and also the issue of gender violence against women, to find out if member parliaments are coming up with laws that address the question of gender-based violence against mainly the women, although there are some men also who are violated. Something in that regard. If I am reading your mind correctly, and the admission by the Secretary General, perhaps at our next plenary assembly, the committee will be more prescriptive, as South Africa is, as the Honorable Speaker of South Africa has indicated, to be more prescriptive, so that we are gingered towards taking appropriate action. With those observations, and if I'm reading your mind correct, Mr. President, I have no objection per se, as long as those issues are taken into account. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Those amendments have to be incorporated into the report that will be improved. So we do move for adoption, as you just have said, given that there are the amendments that were mentioned. And for all the honorables here that have amendments in mind, you can communicate them to the Secretariat so that the Standing Committee can take them into account and incorporate them, integrate them into the improved report. I am totally of this opinion. This is the only way we could adopt this report. When it comes to the SADC model laws in different countries, or any model laws in different countries, I would like to inform you that in DRC, there is a law for the protection of children and women against sexual violence. The sentence is of 20 years if you are convicted of these violence, and you will go through the whole sentence. There is no commuting of the sentences. You have to pay the whole debt to society. There is a law for the protection of children and the protection of women against sexual violence. All right, Honorable, since we are all of the same opinions that there should be amendments to this report, if there are no more objections, we can adopt this report, considering all the improvements and amendments that are yet to happen with this report. Any objection? Honorable Secretary General, if you could reassure us that we will incorporate all the amendments with the Standing Committee that is led by Honorable Rosie. Madam Secretary General, I would like to have your guarantee.
Honorable President, thank you very much. And I would like to thank the plenary for its wisdom. We would further call for interventions from countries so that we are able to improve on the report. It's a difficult one, but we will consult countries in order to improve on the report. And based on those submissions, we will make those improvements, Honorable President.
Merci, Madame la Secrétaire Générale. Nous avons
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. You have reassured us, and we know that the amendments and the improvements to this document will be incorporated, so much so that the final version of this report will be as good as we would all love it to be. This is a descriptive report, because somewhere I saw that the goals had been reached, even though some little gaps have been mentioned. Thank you. No more objection. The report is the report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources and Social Development and Special programs is duly adopted by the 49th Plenary Assembly with in mind the improvements and the amendments that will take place. Thank you, honorable speakers, honorable parliamentarians, distinguished guests. We are now moving to the fourth order of the day. Therefore, I call upon Madam Secretary General to read the fourth order of the day.
Thank you, Honorable President. Notice of motion for the adoption of the report of the joint session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum Standing Committees and the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus.
Merci, Madame la Secrétaire Générale.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. I would like now to call upon Honorable Rosie Bistoke, member of the HSDP Standing Committee, to present the report, the notice of motion for the adoption of the report of the joint session for the SADC PF Standing Committees and the Regional Women Parliamentary Caucus.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move that this House to adopt the reports of the joint session of the standing committees of the forum held under the theme, the urgency of continued investments in child marriage in the COVID-19 context, the role of parliamentarians in advancing access to COVID-19 vaccines, medicines, and diagnostics, laid on the table of the House of today. I thank you, Mr. President.
C'est différent, ça. C'est pas la même chose. Hein? C'est pas la même chose.
Non.
Hein?
Ça, c'est juste le programme. C'est ici. C'est ici. Point 4.
Hein?
C'est le point 4.
Ah. Oui, c'est ce que je viens de dire.
Oui. Donc, il faut la personne qui appuie la motion.
Bon, qui appuie la motion? Il y a un collègue qui appuie la motion.
Is there an honorable that has seconded the motion?
There's a hand from Namibia, Honorable President.
Namibia. I see Namibia. Honorable.
Honorable. Thank you very much. As a man, I second this motion.
Your name, Honorable.
From Namibia.
Collègue, les noms.
Dear colleague, your name, please. We haven't heard your name. We have heard the country.
Thank you, Honorable President. Vipakwili Muharukwa from Namibia.
Merci, cher collègue.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Mohaukwa from Namibia. Thank you. With the motion being seconded, I call upon Honorable Bistoke to present the report.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
As has become the norm, drawn from the international best practice, the SADC Parliamentary Forum, in conjunction with its partners, hosted a joint session of standing committees and the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus on Thursday, 15th of April, 2021, under the following themes: the urgency of continued investments in child marriage in the COVID-19 context, and the role of the parliamentarians in advancing access to COVID-19 vaccines, medicines, and diagnostics. Given the global prevalence of the COVID-19 pandemic, it was only benefiting that the focus of the joint session to be on the
Apologies, Honorable Bistoke. Honorable President, there's a hand from Honorable Doughton Diweni from Zimbabwe. I'm assuming it's a point of order.
Oui, honorable. Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can I go ahead with my point of order?
Vous avez la parole, cher collègue.
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a while ago, you made a ruling that in the interest of time, we should go to recommendations on these reports. So I was wondering if we could do the same on the reports that are following. Thank you.
Exact, chers collègues. Nous présenter brièvement les problèmes, puis on passe aux recommandations.
This is right, dear colleague. We need to look briefly at the issue and straight away move on to recommendations. The motion is recognized. You have the floor, Honorable Rossi.
Thank you.
A brief synthesis and then recommendations, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. That is what I was going to do. I was just going to go through the introduction, the objectives, and then the recommendations. Will that suit the assembly, the virtual assembly? The plenary session? I think so. Mr. President, should I proceed?
Oui, vous avez la parole.
Okay, I'm just doing the introduction.
Yes, you have the floor.
I'm just doing the introduction to give the gist of what the papers is all about, and then I'll go through the objectives of the sessions and the recommendations. Thank you, Mr. President. So in that areas, it was also benefiting that the focus of the joint session be on the COVID-19 pandemic and attendance issues. Indeed, the forum and its partners could not have picked on a more relevant and timelier theme, given the shocking increase in cases of early and unintended pregnancies and child marriages during the subsistence of the COVID-19 pandemic in the region. For example, in Malawi, the Ministry of Gender had recorded over 40,000 teenage pregnancies within a space of 6 months between March and April 2020. Over 5,000 girls have dropped out of school in Zimbabwe in 2020 due to unintended pregnancies, while between 15,000 to 16,000 were recorded in Zambia annually. Projections by the United Nations Population Fund, the UNFPA, in April 2020 showed that the COVID-19 would disrupt efforts to end child marriage, potentially resulting in an additional 13 million child marriage taking place globally between 2020 and 2030 and could otherwise have been averted. Given these shocking statistics, it was both urgent and imperative for the region to continue investing in the fight against child marriages, which had been worsened by the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, the objectives of the session was mainly to explore and raise awareness to the members of the forum on the impact of COVID-19 on the efforts to end child marriages into the region, raising awareness and strengthening the knowledge of the members of the forum through showcasing of the wait to wed videos. Thirdly, to provide an opportunity to members of the forum to interact and share with their counterparts on the implementation of the child marriage related laws in their respective countries. Fifth, to share with members of the forum the progress that has been made by some of the SADC member states in efforts to review, revise, and install progressive intellectual property, patent laws, and national policies, and to provide an opportunity to members of the forum to interact and share with their counterparts on the role they are currently playing and can play to improve access to COVID-19 therapeutics in their respective countries. So I will now go to the recommendations, Mr. Chairperson, Mr. President. Now, therefore, the joint session of the standing committees of the SADC Parliamentary Forum recommended the following to the 49th Plenary Assembly to the Forum, that 1. The 49th Plenary Assembly of the Forum calls upon member states to integrate child marriage in the COVID-19 response and recovery plans to the fullest extent possible. Number 2, SADC parliamentarians must make sure of the SADC model law on eradicating child marriage and protecting children already in marriage as a benchmark, and protecting children as a benchmark in improving national regulations or legislations to protect the child against a child marriage. Thirdly, SADC parliamentarians may ensure that sufficient resources are allocated to the fight against child marriage to adopt adequate budgetary allocation. Number 4, lobbying and advocacy efforts against child marriage must be targeted at the traditional and religious leaders, parents, and guardians, particularly parents in the rural access, who do not seem to appreciate the intrinsic value of educating the girl and the girl child and adopt instead to marry them off as a means to emancipate the family. Number 5, SADC members of parliament must advocate for the development of legislation or policies that facilitate access to medicine and remove barriers to access. Number 7, parliamentarians must push governments to develop national intellectual property policies that encompass the regulation of all international property rights in the member states. Last but not least, Mr. President, the 49th Plenary Assembly of the Forum implores the SADC region to take advantage of the leeway granted by the TRIPS flexibilities to develop a regional pharmaceutical hub to enhance access to medicine by the poor and the vulnerable groups. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Merci, Honorable Rossi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Rossi, for this brilliant and concise presentation. I would now allow the seconder, Honorable Lipakuje.
Okay, is it him or is it the interpreter?
Muharukwa.
Thank you.
The floor.
Honorable members, I believe the president has pronounced the name correctly, like the interpreter. Thank you very much. Now, in light of the time, Mr. President, honorable members, I will try and be as brief as possible and whiz through my statement or summarize my statement as such. Honorable members, I rise to support the report so ably tabled by the Honorable Bistoke. It is of cardinal importance when we hear the numbers of young ladies impregnated whilst at school in Zimbabwe and in Zambia. For men in the SADC peers, for SADC parliamentarians and African parliamentarians to raise our voice. For these girls do not get pregnant on their own. I would tend to believe 110 times or percent of the times there is always a man behind that pregnancy. That is why it is important that men must rise. Equally, Mr. President, the need for member states to integrate the child marriage in the COVID-19 response and recovery plan to the fullest extent possible cannot be overemphasized. Considering that the incidences of child marriages in the region are still rampant, therefore there is a need to integrate the matter into the response mechanism for emerging issues like COVID-19 pandemic. As a child of two grandmothers who were married off to their husbands at a very young age, as a child of a community, this is now being myself, where this practice is still practice. It is important for one to raise one's voice against child marriage and all the practices that goes with it, for it cuts short the future of young women, for it infringes on the human rights of a woman to choose who to love. It is not a woman issue only to raise. It is for us to raise and advocate. It is also important that we don't just speak about it when we are at political rallies, when we are sitting on international forums. It is important that our parliaments, when we sit in our national parliaments, we advocate for the allocation of sufficient funds to lobby or to oil the machinery of the lobby against this practice. Through this, being a culturalist, being a person who is deeply rooted in my culture, one is not necessarily saying that these practices were devoid of relevance back then. But the question is child marriage still relevant today? I would beg to say it is not. For the social safety nets that it provided in yesteryear is not needed today because it is catered for in many other ways. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, honorable President, let me leave the issue of the child marriage there. We are faced with a pandemic. I want to just briefly touch on the issue of intellectual property. Africa and SADC is rich with knowledge. We are endowed with natural resources that we can use in many ways, including medicine. It is incumbent on national parliaments to protect those who possess this knowledge. Two examples that I want to use. In Namibia, we have various plants. One of them in my vernacular we call Ochingangwe, which is, yes, it's a medicine that is used for many other things. And I must say, from a personal perspective, I had the COVID-19 virus in December. This is the medicine that I took, of course, including with others. And I believe when I started taking this, my condition improved. Now, this medicine or this plant is used for so many other things in the Republic of Namibia in terms of the health of individuals. What happened a few years back is that Americans came to Namibia, saw this product, and then they took seeds. Now they are planting this product in America. Whereas, had we had the protection of this plant and the knowledge of how it is used and registered relevant patents to protect our knowledge, this indigenous knowledge would have indeed not just healed our people as Africans, but it would have helped us to enrich. It would have helped us to trade accordingly with the Western world. As a result, Honorable President, I support and second the motion. Thank you very much.
Merci, chers collègues. Merci pour ce soutien.
Thank you very much for the support of this motion. I now open the debate for the motion. Members that wish to take the floor should do so by raising their hands. May I wish also to remind you that for purposes of accuracy of the minutes of this meeting, you are requested to mention your name and the name of your country once you take the floor. Everyone has 4 minutes. Dear colleagues, you may request the floor if you would like to contribute.
Honorable President, there's a hand from the Namibia delegation, another hand from Botswana delegation, and Zimbabwe, Honorable Tombozani Mohadi. Those are the 3 raised hands that I see for now.
Botswana aussi?
Oui, oui, monsieur.
Oui.
Namibie, Botswana, Zimbabwe.
Namibia, Botswana, and Zimbabwe. Namibia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm Paula Cooper from Namibia. Mr. President, allow me to also support the joint session of SADC PF Standing Committees of RWPC report, and the motion is moved by Honorable Bistukwet. Mr. President, the themes, and I quote, the urgency of continued investment in the COVID-19 context, quote unquote, and the role of parliamentarians in advancing access to COVID-19 vaccines, medicines, and diagnostics are befitting at a time that our nations and the world are facing this pandemic. Firstly, allow me to thank the Forum for the efforts put into developing the model law, and I hope and pray that we as nations will work tirelessly towards fully domesticating it into our respective legislations to once and for all eradicate child marriages. Secondly, Mr. President, honorable members, we as leaders and representatives of the people who voted us into these positions need to take a stand and pool our resources together collectively as a region to ensure that our citizens have adequate access to COVID-19 medical care and support, starting from testing, vaccines, medicines, infrastructures, isolation facilities and quarantine facilities, ventilators, oxygen, education, and all that is needed to fight this as a region. In conclusion, Mr. President, honorable members, I fully agree with the seconder of the motion for sufficient budgetary allocation and would also encourage that we source additional funding from our social partners to supplement those budgetary allocations. With these few words, I support the motion and I thank you.
Merci, chers collègues. Les collègues.
Thank you very much. The colleague from Botswana, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, my name is Honorable Paulson Majaha from Botswana. Mr. President, I stand to support this important motion, which has come at the right time, post COVID era. Mr. President, I think when it comes to such issues, as a region, we must stand up together and find ways of protecting our children or our people. We must have such a modern law which will make it easier for the region to know what is happening from one country to another. And some of these states, they've gone beyond what we are now. If you see these cases of violence, child marriages, etc., you'll find that they've got specialized courts which are specifically dealing with such cases, which is a milestone towards going to the right direction. The other thing which I support this model law looking at is the issue of medicine. Not only looking at the COVID-19 as we are currently faced with that challenge, but we've got other social ills which affects our region or even the whole world. So as a region, we must make it a point that maybe in the future as well, Mr. President, we must have a common way of doing such challenges, like contributing as a region, so that if we vaccinate people from Lesotho or from Namibia alone, leaving the Botswana and the Zimbabwe, we will not have done anything, because inter-border, we are one people. So we need just to make sure that the medications will support our region. By so doing, I think we can achieve something for the betterment of our people at once. And education, I think that's the time now for all these programs which we see that they can make our region take in the good direction. As a member state, we introduce some of these education modules to our countries, especially so that people can understand. Taking, for example, the issue of child marriages and the barrier of cultural activities. I think it's now time to look at those things and try to liaise with one another and help our sister countries pertaining these issues. By so saying, Mr. President, I support this important motion. Thank you.
It 2008, developed in 2008.
Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Mr.
Colleague from
President.
Zimbabwe.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise to add my voice to this important motion put forward this August House. Mr. President.
So the monitoring is being done.
Should I start again?
Okay, monitoring.
I will start again. Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to add my voice to this important motion, which has been put in this August House. Mr. President, shutting down of economies and a stay-at-home orders have caused an unspoken and a damaging effect of the spike in child marriages. The pandemic has managed to disrupt the efforts made by countries to end child marriages, and it is estimated 13 million girls would be forced into early marriages between 2020 and 2030. Mr. President, the role of parliaments is to strengthen monitoring mechanisms to prevent child marriages, have policies aimed at improving girls' educational attainment, health, as well as increased earnings, have decision-making power and control over their productive rights. Mr. President, in 2016, the Constitutional Court of Zimbabwe ruled that child marriages are unconstitutional. So there's need for us as parliaments to encourage people or parliamentarians to have awareness meetings with people to create awareness to the people, so that each and everyone should not be left behind. They should know the consequences that follow after these child marriages, because they are not all who are going to be married. Most of these children will suffer because they will have left school and they will be carrying babies, maybe who do not even have fathers to look after them. So this is a very important motion. I so support. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, chers collègues.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Is there anyone else who would like to take the floor? Thank you. I would like to give the floor to Honorable Bistoke in order to answer the various concerns expressed by our colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm so happy that most of the members have supported the motion, because if we had read both reports, the previous one that I presented and this one, there are linkages. The model law is just there to ensure effective implementation, especially when it comes to monitoring, because the indicators have been implemented for the past, since 2008. But to ensure all the countries are on par, the scorecards have been implemented to monitor the model law. But over and above, I would like to reinstate to all members that in response to the COVID-19 epidemic, I'm sure that most of all countries, all member states have envisaged so many issues, difficulties in regards to the violation of our rights, especially the rights of our population, namely the right to have a decent job. Most people have lost their jobs during the epidemic. The right to have the healthcare services, and of course with the issues of the hospitals, people access to the health facilities have not been denied, but the access is quite limited. The right to food, people cannot do what they should do in terms of our economic situation because of the COVID-19, unemployment. And of course, our children, we have been denied the right to education because the schools are closed with all the lockdowns, and the rights to socio-economic welfare by the people of the SADC member states. And above all, Mr. President, I also been going through, our countries have gone through the same issues. The people have been denied even the rights to a decent burial, which has been which is a worldwide issue. Therefore, Mr. President, I assumed member states have sort of related this motion to the current pandemic situation, and I thank all of you for approving and ensuring that SADC region remains free of COVID-19, maybe in the next century. I thank you, Mr. President.
Merci par ces réponses.
Thank you for these answers. And through this intervention, the debate on the motion is therefore concluded. Therefore, I put the question that the report of the joint session for SADC PF standing committees and the regional women parliamentary caucus be adopted. Are there any objections to this effect? I do not see any objection. Therefore, the 49th plenary assembly duly adopted the report of the joint session for the SADC PF standing committees and the regional women parliamentary caucus. Thank you, all of you, honorable members, honorable speakers, honorable members of parliaments, honorable and distinguished guests. We are now going to consider the fifth order of the day. I will therefore call upon Madam Secretary General to read the fifth order of the day.
Thank you, Honorable President. Notice of the motion for the adoption of the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you. I will therefore call upon Honorable Anne-Marie Bilabangu, Chairperson of the Regional Women Parliamentary Caucus, so that she may present the notice of motion. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move that this plenary assembly do adopt the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus to the 49th plenary assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, laid on the table on the 25th June of 2021. Thank you, Anne-Marie, Honorable Mbilabangu. Dear honorable members, who is seconding this motion?
Lelo Soto. Collègue, vous avez la parole.
Lesotho, the floor is yours. You may speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm Honorable Tapan Sita Mosena from Lesotho. I'll be seconding the motion, Mr. President. Thank you.
Merci, cher collègue.
Thank you, Honorable. Through this motion of seconding, I will therefore call Honorable Bilabangu to present the report. Thank you, Honorable President. Mr. President, the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, guided by its mandates in terms of Rule 42D of the SADC PF Rules of Procedures, convened in statutory meeting virtually on the 17th June 2021 on the occasion of the SADC PF Standing Committees during the 49th Plenary Assembly session under the theme Post-COVID in the SADC region, meeting women's needs in a context of multiplied challenges. Will Honorable President proceed to go as Honorable Rosie has done it? We had 3 points. First, we had to present and deliberate on country gender-based violence data since March 2020. Then we had to present the findings from impact of COVID-19 on gender equality and women's empowerment in East and Southern Africa by UNFPA. Then we had a presentation on the COVID-19 vaccine and the political accountability to ensure safety and access. On the first point, four countries presented and deliberated on country gender-based violence data since March 2020. Lesotho, Botswana, Zimbabwe, and DRC did it. Lesotho shared their experience and they have been experiencing increasing cases of GBV cases since March 2020. The representative brought to light the fact that COVID-19 had an impact on gender-based violence, and those cases have been communicated through media, traditional and social network. They have called upon police to help them solve that issue. Parliamentarians were convened in order to deliberate on a Bill of Rights that is now being reviewed at commission level. In Botswana, COVID-19 has caused a lot of unemployment, and in turn, it has been a major contributor to the increase of gender-based violence within their shores. The Ministry of Defense, for example, has included gender sensitivity courses at police colleges, as well as training programs for the appointing of gender focal points at police stations. The Ministry of Gender has implemented gender training at ministerial levels and has developed the national strategy towards ending gender-based violence. They've also worked to mainstream GBV in customary law at the local and traditional leadership levels in rural areas. Parliamentarians have worked to put in practice and implement laws that would change even how GBV was being examined and prosecuted in courts. The government works in close collaboration with CSOs and all stakeholders working in gender violence platforms. Zimbabwe, for their part, have told us that COVID-19 has increased gender-based violence in their country. The data collected didn't show, but through police and the CSOs, they could have access to data on gender-based violence, and they could estimate that gender-based violence in Zimbabwe had increased by 70%. In DRC, after the president of the DRC called for zero violence policies regarding the state of GBV in DRC, and the beginning of the Shatter the Silence, Briser le Silence campaign in 2019, a program involving CSOs, the Ministry of Justice and the Army were put in place to bring to justice all soldiers, all members of the military forces who had committed sexual offenses and crimes in the context of the armed conflict. An important aspect of the fight against GBV is related to the rehabilitation of victims and reinsertion into society of victims and former prisoners, as well as soldiers. From genital reconstruction surgeries to economic reinsertion into the job market, the fight against GBV has been a mixture of both successes and challenges. Despite a legislative evolution, there was a law that was brought to the parliament floor against violence, sexual violence against women and children. The second presentation was pertaining to the data the GBV data since 2019. No, my apologies, I was mistaken. The second presentation was pertaining findings from impact of COVID-19 on gender equality and women empowerment in East and Southern Africa, a presentation made by UNFPA. When it comes to this point, I will just go straight to the recommendations that were given. When we talk about recommendation for this study, we mentioned governance. Firstly, most countries had several general measures aimed at social protection and reducing economic shocks, but very limited policy measure interventions aimed specifically at women. The recommendations are therefore stressing the need for the production and usage of gender-specific data and statistics, and hence we should conduct more studies and research on various aspects related to governance and development in the region. On the second recommendation, we talked about socio-economic considerations. The study showed that COVID-19 increased the probability for women and girls to live in extreme poverty. To counteract this, the study recommends a focus on connecting people, especially women, to job opportunities. Also, the study recommends to pay attention to the lessons that we can learn from the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as increasing the efforts to expand coverage and inclusivity, particularly for women. Finally, it is recommended that there is a continuous effort to strengthen the access of women and youth to education and vocational training. Third, time use. What is meant by time use is the difference in time spent on unpaid care and work. During the pandemic, more women were forced into unpaid care work by being confined to their homes, taking care of the family and sick relatives. The fourth recommendation is relative to health and healthcare services. The study looked at the access and quality of healthcare services, even though both women and men's access to health and healthcare was affected by the pandemic. Once more, the study showed that women were disproportionately affected. The main recommendation is that there needs to be an increased investment in maternal and child health, sexual and reproductive health, as well as in services for people living with disabilities and vulnerable groups. The fifth recommendation is relative to education. COVID-19 exposed the existing inequalities between the rural and urban populations, the rich and the poor, and the very specific consequence of school closure on young girls. This period gave us showed us an increase in domestic violence, sexual exploitation, early marriage, female genital mutilation, an increase in unpaid domestic and care work, and the pressure to contribute economically towards the household's income. The study therefore recommends that cash transfers, bursary, and other financial incentives for girls to continue in schools, like curriculums targeting girls' interests and sexual education to protect them from sexual exploitation. It is also important to capacitate schools to guide girls towards adulthood in the best possible way. The sixth point is relative to recommendations around GBV. The study attempted to measure the feeling of safety within the household, the sense that gender-based violence had increased, and the percentage of people who knew someone who had been a victim of gender-based violence across women and men. The numbers were similar, and across the board, the numbers were high. The study also showed that more women than men believe that gender-based violence is an important issue. The study therefore recommends that there should be continuous advocacy around gender-based violence prevention and services, as well as increasing the availability of safe spaces and mechanisms that care for the victims and survivors of gender-based violence. The third presentation was based on the COVID-19 vaccine, political accountability to assure safety and access. Once again, I will read the recommendations for this section. Honorable Clo began by stating that the continent began by advocating for the people's vaccine to deter from the development of a vaccine apartheid, which requires that once a safe and effective vaccine is available free of charge for everyone, it should be produced rapidly and should call for mandatory sharing of all COVID-19 related technology, as well as the scale-up of manufacturing. This context provided a good opportunity for African states to collaborate and come up with a vaccine for Africans. Unfortunately, a lack of political accountability remains. This was very well illustrated by Honorable Clo by stating that in 2001, as per the Abuja Declaration, African states pledged to implement 15% of their budgets to primary healthcare, which is simply not the case today. A few recommendations were therefore given. Number one, respecting the pledges for primary health care, the inclusivity of women, child, and vulnerable groups. Second, community participation in all aspects of health, particularly the inclusion of women and youth in vaccination task forces, guaranteeing education and sharing of all information available to deter from vaccine hesitancy. Number three, invest in research, participate in global clinical trials to deter limited country data and limited collaboration in research, no longer creating fertile grounds for the birth of conspiracy theories. And finally, the development of a global COVID-19 fund in which all countries contribute a percentage of their GDP to help guarantee that COVID-19 vaccines are provided free of charge to everyone, everywhere. To conclude, it is important to highlight that humanity is still searching for effective and safe vaccines, but it is equally important to educate the communities in the SADC region in order to guarantee adherence. Civil society should be engaged and funded to ensure human rights and access for all, especially women. Successes for SADC PF includes advocating for political accountability that adheres to primary healthcare, investment in data systems, ensuring collaboration in vaccine research, and investment in domestic finance. It is not too much to aim to bring together the ministers of health from the SADC region to deliberate and determine accessibility to vaccines and perhaps even a SADC COVID-19 vaccination policy. Thank you, Honorable President. Thank you, Honorable Chair, for this presentation. I will therefore allow the seconder, Honorable Tsepang Tsitsa Mosena, to debate seconding the motion. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to second the motion on the report of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, so ably moved by the chairperson, Honorable Mbila Mbangu. Honorable President, I wish to add my voice to the concern raised by the mover regarding the urgency for women's needs and voices to be included in post-19 recovery strategies, and the importance of research and accountability to guarantee access to COVID-19 vaccines for all, especially women. Mr. President, I echo the mover's sentiments that failing to do so would mean a conscious and continued violation of the rights of women, which is a breeding ground for underdevelopment of societies in general. As the aspiring SADC Parliament, we really must live by our commitment on gender equality. We need, therefore, to be seen by those we represent and the citizens of the region as being on the forefront, promoting gender equality and the inclusion and equal participation of all citizens, independent or irrespective of gender and age. Studies by experts and our partners have shown us that the well-being and welfare of women, girls, and other vulnerable groups have been deeply affected by the pandemic, and we cannot miss this opportunity to make things better for all. We can and we must be more creative and daring in our approaches to ensure the protection and empowerment of women and girls in the region. We should not refrain from being audacious. I therefore welcome the proposal put forward by the mover of the motion for SADC Parliamentary Forum to devise innovative strategies on how it can continue to promote gender equality and inclusion at all levels and to mitigate the challenges being experienced by national parliaments, which have resulted from a feeble design and implementation of policies focusing on women's issues. The recommendation is to tackle these issues pragmatically, without taboos or with the direct influence of outdated social norms. And this situation must be taken full advantage of. Mr. President, I second the motion. Thank you.
Merci, collègue.
Thank you, Honorable Mosena, for seconding this motion. I shall now allow debate on the motion. Members who wish to debate shall indicate so by show of hands. Once again, honorable members, you are reminded that for purposes of accurate verbatim recording, you should always say out your name and country whenever given the floor to speak. Members will be allowed to debate for a maximum of 4 minutes each. If you wish to take the floor, the opportunity is given. Seychelles? Who is raising
There's a
their
hand from the Honorable Speaker, Mozambique. There's another hand from Honorable Rosie Bistoke. I only see those two hands, Honorable President, for now. In that honor, the Honorable Speaker, Mozambique, and Honorable from the Seychelles.
Alors, président de la Mozambique, l'Assemblée nationale.
Honorable Speaker from Mozambique, the floor is yours.
Maybe it's from the delegation of Mozambique, Honorable Speaker. There seems to be Mozambique. Okay. It's from the delegation of Mozambique. Thank you.
Não é propriamente a presidente.
It wasn't the Speaker of the National Assembly, it's me. My
Indeed,
name
Honorable
is,
Speaker. Yes.
Posso falar?
Fala.
Por favor. É Carlos Moreira Vasco.
My name is Carlos Moreira Vasco from Mozambique. Mr. President, I would like to firstly greet the proponent of the motion, the illustrious MP Bilambango. I hope I have pronounced the name well for the pragmatic manner in which she presented the motion. Secondly, I would like to manifest my unconditional support to the motion for the opportunity, how pertinent it is, and for its merit, given the fact that to talk about the women is to talk about of that person that assumes a most important role in Mozambican society, in our families, and above all, in that which we normally refer to as the cell, namely the family unit, the cellular family unit. In fact, the woman assumes so many different roles, so many different functions, such as a worker, domestic worker, and even the maternal roles oftentimes being overloaded, overworked. In Mozambique, as a country, we look at the gender as the inseparable companion of man, without whom it would not be possible to exist. And development would be unattainable. As an example of all this, in our country, the woman assumes a most important role and also undertakes multiple functions in the various sovereignty organs, from the executive, legislative, and the judiciary. And there is a close fight that we undertake against gender-based violence. Our parliament in Mozambique has already promulgated a law about the family, where in the epicenter of the legislative process is the defense of gender, woman in this particular case. Therefore, I support this motion in an unconditional manner so that it be approved for this is always an updated and unending theme. Finally, I would like to propose that in the list of participations, we have the name of Arminda Rosa. I would like to propose, I think this was some lapse, so I would like to, in Roman 9, I wish to propose the withdrawal of this name, because this lady is not an MP, this lady is a parliamentary officer, official. Mr. Chair, this is all. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci, chers collègues. Les collègues de Seychelles, vous avez la parole. J'ai apprécié votre attachement à la lutte pour l'égalité entre les hommes et les femmes. Vous avez souligné l'importance des femmes dans la société. C'est important, chers collègues.
Merci. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We have to promote, we have to support our women in the African countries. If we women do not support each other, who will? Because it is a man's world. Anyway, my contribution, I totally support the motion presented by Madame Anne-Marie, and especially because as a woman,
Voilà.
as a mother, as a grandmother, I totally support it because it unites the family, and that is my main. It's sort of inclusivity of the family. So my contribution are as follows. One, in regards to sexual reproductive health in crisis, there is a package called the MISP, or the Minimum Initial Service Package for Sexual Reproductive Health. That is normally is a framework under the UNFPA, which has been in implementation, I think, for quite a while. But since COVID-19 has presented a lot of issues, a lot of in relations to the families, especially to rural areas where the mothers, pregnant mothers, needs the attention of the healthcare service professionals, and it is quite crucial, which required, this package is quite crucial, which needs required essential response to sexual reproductive health needs to the population, especially in humanitarian crisis. So I don't know whether this report or the committee can sort of relook at it, since now we are into the pandemic, and I don't think this pandemic will go away in 2022, 24, or 25, but at least we should sort of resurface or revamp this activity for women who are in needs of sexual reproductive health services in rural areas. Secondly, I will support the motion, and at the same time, probably the standing committee should at least look at Africa or the SADC region as a hub for research and best practices, because normally we know that the European countries, the Western blocs, they are doing it, but we should now invest it into our own regional countries in response to the COVID-19 epidemic in terms of treatment, vaccination, and even manufacturing vaccines so that we can curb the epidemic. And currently we know worldwide, and I know in Africa, because in Seychelles we are facing this issue, we have the anti-vaccinators, or we call them the hesitant groups, who are not readily accepting the vaccination of COVID-19. And this hub will sort of provide advocacy frameworks or policies for us to ensure, especially when it comes to NGOs, to ensure that the population are being vaccinated against the COVID-19 vaccines, and of course for future pandemics or epidemics that may invade our small regional space, which is the SADC region. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci. Merci.
Thank you very much.
Il n'y a plus d'intervenants?
Is there anyone else wishing to take the floor?
Je passe la parole.
Honorable
Would now
President,
like-
okay, sorry, there are no interpretation. Je suis désolé. There are no hands.
D'accord.
Thank you.
Merci. Il n'y a pas de main levée.
If there are no hands,
Combat faute de combattants. Alors,
there is no fight. Due to the fight, due to the fact that there are no fighters, I would like to allow Honorable Bilambangu to take the floor in order to respond to people who have taken the floor. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Honorable Carlos, who has taken the floor. He has spoken about the situation regarding the role of women in a society, the manner in which women discharge their duties, work, and unpaid care duties. As Africans, we are used to this. And when we speak about emancipation or the autonomy of a woman, we speak about the various aspects of women's task. This is the cross we have to carry. In Congo, we say that women need to be competitive regarding their role. Thank you very much, Honorable Carlos, for this point raised being a reality in our case. It's not easy for us to bring these aspects together. However, we aim at balancing the issues. We ask that you assist us with the model laws at the parliament, because the problem is that we don't have unanimity in most parliaments. And in most parliaments, we have men who constitute the majority. And in order to enact a law, we need to have the support of men. And I would like to ask that you continue to support us as men in our laws regarding gender. I would like to also say to thank my colleague Rosie for her contributions regarding maternal health and child health. This requires greater awareness raising, and we should include or request our countries to have a special budgets, especially in rural areas, for this purpose. And during prenatal periods, women experience a high mortality rate. And this is an issue that we need to tackle so that the laws that have been enacted be effectively applied. We have many laws that are being proposed. However, the problem is posed as far as implementation is concerned. And as parliamentarians, we are obliged to incite our government to implement the laws that are being proposed. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Anne-Marie Bilambango, for these answers. Before submitting or requesting the adoption of the report, I note that my colleague from Mozambique has a certificate. We have we stood on the side, and you have a medal pro-gender, and President Mudenda and myself have been put aside so that we may support gender equality. Where there are no women, there is no life. After these remarks, I would like to open to debate the report of the RWPC. Is there any objection, dear colleagues? I don't think there is any. I don't think so. Since we do not have any objection, the plenary assembly duly adopts the report of the RWPC. Thank you, dear colleagues. Honorable speakers, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, we will now move on to the 6th point. I believe the last point on the agenda. I would like to ask the SG to guide us into the 6th point.
Thank you, Honorable President. Notice of motion for the adoption of the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee. Was I audible? Okay.
Je vous ai suivi, honorable Madame la Secrétaire Générale.
Yes, indeed, I heard you, Madame SG. I now give the floor to Honorable Leon Touma in order for him to present his motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I notify on this day requesting that the 49th Plenary Assembly adopt the Regional Committee report on this report. Who supports the motion? Who supports the motion?
President.
Zimbabwe, Honorable President.
Vous avez la parole, cher collègue.
You have the floor, dear colleague.
You are not audible, Honorable Ndebele.
Honorable Ndebele, vous avez la parole.
I second the motion, Honorable President.
Je voudrais appuyer la motion, honorable président.
Merci, collègue.
Thank you very much, dear colleague. Having heard this secondment, I would like to ask Honorable Ntumba to present the report. Thank you very much, Mr. Honorable Speaker. I would like to rather focus on the recommendation as suggested. This is regarding model laws of SADC and the role of parliamentarians. Presented by Professor Dindake, who presented an informative presentation on the role of parliamentarians regarding model laws. The vision of SADC has not been exhausted. The forum of SADC has looked into the full elaboration of model laws, supported by national laws. The failure to adopt model laws shows that we need to consider the sovereignty of laws, and this must be done through the intervention of the parliament. The intervention of SADC has been either dualist or monist, and these laws should be expressed in a way that allows member states to adopt them domestically and locally, and these laws should be persuasive in their nature. The committee met on the 9th, as reminded by its mandate in article number 16. It needed to encourage the domestication or the adoption of these laws, these model laws, bearing in mind that these laws are dualistic. The national legislative arm needed to adopt these laws. Indeed, despite various progress, these laws have not yet been enacted within the region. We also need to note that the vision of SADC of integration would suffer if the implementation is not complete. And we need to have all members of SADC having coherent laws for all members moving from one state to the other according to the principle of free movements of people and goods. And in order for this clauses to be accepted, we need to have we need to enact laws locally and to publish them. And unless these laws are adopted, they will have no persuasive effect for the various states. And given that this parliament is evolving and is transforming into a regional parliament, it is therefore crucial for parliamentarians to apply themselves in order for these model laws to be adopted and implemented. And these model laws need to be adopted and have a persuasive nature, especially regarding the rights of children. And this is indeed a call for the eradication of child marriages. The Union of Parliamentarians should have an oversight role on these child marriages and the protection of children who are already married. Therefore, we need to have model laws on the following aspects. The committee has recognized the initiatives for the current year, processes of adaptation within the SADC region, but also to develop processes that will allow the full adaptation of laws and model laws, rather, within the SADC region. According to the situation of the pandemic, various issues regarding collaboration should be taken into account in order to strengthen communication and collaboration between various stakeholders in order to take into account the willingness of stakeholders to work together should be taken into account by the forum and should lead to the availability of the greater resources of parliamentarians in order to tackle these issues. And indeed, this focuses as well on the HIV model law, as well as the children marriage. We need to have a solid database and identify bottlenecks as far as implementation is concerned. Mr. Honorable President, I submitted this report for the approval of the 49th Plenary Assembly. Thank you very much for this concise and brilliant presentation. I will allow Honorable Anneli Ndebele to support the motion. Honorable Ndebele, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President, for the opportunity to second this motion. In doing so, at the outset, Honorable President, I wish to note that without implementation, model laws remain paper tigers with no tangible outcome for the intended beneficiaries. If that were to be the case, all the work that goes into the development of model laws would come to naught. In fact, it will be a blatant waste of resources. The cost of inaction in terms of domestication and implementation of model laws is therefore immeasurable. In the premises, the work of this committee provides a critical cog in the process of actualizing the ultimate purpose of the model laws, which is to foster development and improve the status of the people of the SADC region. Mr. President, allow me to also briefly elaborate on the need for the committee to collaborate closely with various stakeholders in the course of its work. As members are aware, as legislators, we do not necessarily speak for ourselves, but for the people we represent. Therefore, it is only right that we consult the people we speak for on a regular basis on various issues affecting them. One effective way to do this is to engage meaningfully with various stakeholders and have a cross-pollination of ideas. This will open the minds of the legislators to new perspectives and give us new impetus to speak for the people of the region. It will also lend credence to our role as representatives and give legitimacy to our work. In light of this, the call by the committee for enhanced collaboration with various stakeholders is timely and must be deliberately followed up. In conclusion, let me end by reiterating the chairperson's call for inclusiveness in the domestication and implementation of model laws. In particular, groups and individuals directly affected by the issues addressed in the model laws must always be accorded an opportunity to interact with the legislators. This will enable the legislators to have a more intimate understanding of the scope and impact of the issues under discussion. After all, as noted earlier, we are mere representatives. Let us leave no one behind as we march resolutely towards domestication and implementation of model laws. With these few words, Mr. President, I beg to second the motion and I thank you.
Merci, chers collègues.
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Après ce soutien à la motion,
After the motion has been seconded, I therefore put this report to the debate. I shall now allow debate on the motion. Members who wish to debate shall once again indicate by clicking the raise hand function on the Zoom platform. Honorable members, I would like to remind you once more, for purposes of accurate recording, you should
always say out your name and country whenever given the floor to speak. For the recording of the minutes, please. Members are allowed a maximum of 4 minutes each for their contributions. The floor is therefore open. Raise your hand so that we may recognize you.
Il n'y a plus d'intervenants?
Are there no more contributions? Is everyone tired?
There's a hand from Honorable Rosie Bistoke from the Seychelles. I'm scouting for more names, Honorable President, before I finally submit the last names. But it appears that is the only hand that is up for now, Honorable President. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. Honorable Rosie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Based on the presentation, well, I will sort of adopt and I've appreciated the presentation, and I will give my full support to the mover of the motion. But one thing is that it has been noted into the report that 2 countries have been identified for such programs, namely Zambia and Zimbabwe. I would like to know what about other countries, and what about the supports that will be given, knowing, ensuring whether it's quite feasible. What is the flexibility in regards to the implementation of the model laws in the SADC member states, especially for countries with different cultures, different humanitarian principles, different religious beliefs, and different economic situation. So this is my question before I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci.
Thank you. Are there no other contributions? Therefore, Honorable Leon Tumba will address the concern that has just been expressed. I'll take note with great pleasure of what has been said. It is important that our national parliaments may strengthen these laws. And once we strengthen them, these model laws, we can there adapt them and domesticate them. This is a work that cannot be done by one country. All member states have to take part in this work. In this report, there are important things that are being mentioned: protection of children, protection of children that are in marriage, young people. There are many groups. We have to work, we have to own these experiences, and then we can domesticate it and transpose it into the SADC environment. Thank you, Honorable. With this answer, the debate regarding this motion has therefore been concluded. I put the question that the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee be adopted. Are there any objections? Assuredly, there are no objections.
Il n'y a pas d'objection. Les rapports du Comité parlementaire régional de surveillance des lois types.
Therefore, the report of the Regional Parliamentary Model Laws Oversight Committee is duly adopted by this 49th Plenary Assembly. Thank you all, honorable members.
Honorable Président, chers collègues,
Honorable speakers, honorable members of Parliament,
distingués invités,
distinguished guests,
nous avons terminé les points inscrits à l'ordre du jour.
I believe that we have run through all the orders of the day,
de l'Assemblée plénière.
and we have come towards the end of this 49th Plenary Assembly. Therefore, I will deliver my closing remarks.
Honorable vice-président du Forum parlementaire de la SADC, honorable président et chers collègues,
Honorable Vice President of the SADC PF, honorable speakers, honorable members of parliament, honorable members of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Madam Secretary General, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like firstly to express my deep appreciation and the great pleasure I had while chairing and participating in my inaugural plenary assembly as the president of the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum. On behalf of myself and my people, the people of the Democratic Republic of Congo, I wish to express our gratitude at being granted this tremendous opportunity to preside over this August forum and this institution, which is the key to the fabric of the political body that is the SADC region. On behalf of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, I wish to thank our guest of honor, the President of Botswana, His Excellency, President Dr. Mokgweetsi Masisi, for graciously honoring us with his presence and engaging with us on the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. I wish to also thank the Parliament of Botswana and particularly congratulate the Speaker of the National Assembly of Botswana, Honorable Pandu Tisi Skelemani, for not only the stellar quality of the organization of this plenary assembly, but also for ensuring the proceedings were conducted efficiently. The interludes between the meetings were filled with informative and entertaining videos, which left us in sheer awe of the traditions of the people of Botswana. And they have left us looking forward to the day that we shall be able to visit this beautiful country in person. We are indeed indebted to you, Speaker, and the Botswana as a whole. Honorable speakers, honorable members of parliament, distinguished guests. The overarching theme under which we held this plenary was, quote, leveraging the African Continental Free Trade Area for post-COVID economic recovery in Southern Africa, the role of SADC Parliamentary Forum and national parliaments, end quote. As I reflect on the engagements of the last 3 days during this 49th plenary assembly, it becomes crystal clear and very obvious that we have to do much as parliaments and parliamentarians to ensure the implementation of the resolution we have taken on various issues of regional importance, as well as concerns raised in the reports of the Executive Committee, the standing committees, and the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus. Following our robust deliberations over the last 3 days, we came up with numerous resolutions that will require of us to put all hands on deck, as well as all resources on deck, to ensure that appropriate action is taken for the implementation of these resolutions. Amongst these resolutions we have taken, we call on all SADC member states to eliminate the invisible wall that is hampering Africa's ability to access vaccines and ensure that everyone has access to these potentially life-saving medications. We further implore and plead SADC member states to move speedily to domesticate the SADC protocol on health and successfully implement the SADC pharmaceutical program, which advocates for the creation of regional pharmaceutical hubs. These will go a long way in addressing inequalities in access to crucial medication and vaccines. In addition, we also call on all SADC parliamentarians to urge their governments and other role players in the fight against COVID-19 to ensure that vaccine campaigns in the SADC region deliberately include women in order to improve women's access to the vaccines. Honorable speakers, honorable members of parliament, distinguished guests, following the brilliant presentations from the resource persons that we invited to equip us on the theme during the symposium, we resolved, amongst other things, to call on SADC governments to, in addition to ratifying the AFCTA, to also domesticate, implement, and comply with the provision of the AFCFTA agreement. We plead the SADC government to deliberately
and collectively create a peaceful and secure environment for their citizens, and that they may become a beacon of peace while creating a conducive environment for regional trade to thrive. We urge all national parliaments, in collaboration with the SADC PF Secretariat, to capacitate members of parliament on their legislative and oversight mandates to ensure the effective implementation of the African Free Trade Area and to build a more inclusive and equitable SADC region beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. Honorable speakers, honorable members of parliament, distinguished guests, we further encourage all members of parliament in the SADC region to take full advantage of the AFCFTA to develop programs that are targeted at empowering women to fully participate in trade and to ensure that trade enhances opportunities for all. We also call for close collaboration between the SADC parliaments and the AFCFTA Secretariat, including other stakeholders, to partner with the women in the SADC region in promoting gender-friendly trade policies and to raise awareness on the challenges that women face in conducting trade, particularly across our borders. On the matter of one-stop border posts, we strongly urge SADC governments to demonstrate strong leadership and commitment in developing infrastructure that facilitate cross-border trade, such as one-stop border posts and roads, among others, in order to enhance trade facilitation, including advancement of regional economic integration. Honorable speakers, honorable members of parliament, distinguished guests, being fully cognizant and aware of the importance of technology in bridging gaps, we implore SADC governments to ensure that matters of ICT are adequately and appropriately managed by concerned parties at any given one-stop border post before the launch of operations, to avoid disruption in trade facilitation processes. Furthermore, we strongly recommend that SADC governments must, as much as possible, ensure that border officials from the countries involved in any particular one-stop border posts may be subjected to a common training and other capacity building programs in order to provide uniform and professional services to traders and travelers. We firmly believe that properly and sufficiently equipped
one-stop border posts will play a key role in harnessing domestic tourism across our country's borders. Therefore, we encourage SADC member states to support the implementation of the SADC Unified Visa to facilitate movement of tourists across the region. We further urge SADC member states to streamline visa and immigration procedures to ensure the smooth movement of tourists in the region. We also call on SADC parliaments and members of parliament to advocate for COVID relief funds and increased budgetary allocation to the tourism sector in order to accelerate the recovery of the sector. Honorable speakers, honorable members of parliament, distinguished guests, the 49th Plenary Assembly resolutions are, in terms of Rule 6, Article 3 of the SADC PF Rules of Procedures, be submitted to the SADC Secretariat and to relevant national ministries through national parliaments. In closing, I wish to thank the Secretary General, Ms. Bohemo Sehoma, the secretaries and clerks of national parliaments, the SADC PF Secretariat, and all SADC PF staff, not forgetting all the support staff from the parliaments across the region for doing sterling work in ensuring that this 49th Plenary Assembly may be a success. Thank you, dear colleagues, honorable speakers, and honorable members for your presence and your support. Until we meet again, God bless SADC and all its member states. I thank you.
Honorable Président et chers collègues,
honorable speakers, dear colleagues, honorable members from SADC parliaments, and distinguished guests.
Honorable Secretary General, je vous donne la parole.
Madam Secretary General, the floor is yours if you have anything to say. The floor is open. If anyone has any contribution left or any closing or parting words. Madam Secretary General, before the announcement, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. I have nothing to say save to appreciate the wisdom and the support of the Plenary Assembly and to commit that the Secretariat will be committed to ensuring that we forever deliver as expected by this August Plenary Assembly session. We will improve on our elegance and efficiency regarding harmonizing the reports as indicated. I thank you, Honorable President, and we appreciate your leadership. Thank you.
Merci. Un collègue qui souhaite aussi intervenir?
Thank you. Are there any other parting words from anyone on the floor?
Madame Rossi, vous voulez parler?
Honorable Rosie, did you want to say something?
Not really, not really, Mr. President, but I would like to thank the Assembly itself, and being a new member of the Assembly, I have enjoyed and ensured that I've sort of put my experience into the first Assembly that I've attended, this meeting that I've attended, and I'm sure my participation, my inputs have been accepted by other colleagues and other honorable members. And I thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership and the SADC Secretariat. And above all, I should thank the Seychelles delegation who attended the meetings under the leadership of our speaker, Mr. Roger Massien. Thank you very much.
Merci. Un collègue qui souhaite intervenir, pouvez prendre la parole à tour de rôle.
If anyone wants to say something, if any honorable members wants to take the floor, you may take the floor. The floor is yours.
Merci, cher collègue, honorable président.
Thank you, honorable speakers, honorable members of parliament, distinguished guests. We have therefore reached the conclusion of our deliberations in this 49th plenary assembly. We have reached the conclusion, and we are expecting, or rather awaiting, the 50th plenary assembly that will take place in Lesotho. I believe that it will be Lesotho's turn to welcome us at a date that will later be communicated to us. This being said, once more, I would like to thank you all for the stellar work that we have conducted. I really appreciated the contributions from everyone on the floor. Each and everyone has played its part during his or her part during this 49th plenary assembly. SADC forward. Thank you all. The proceedings are therefore concluded. Goodbye. May God bless you all and protect the SADC member states.